Welcome, welcome, everybody. Welcome to Untold Secrets of Living Overseas. Awesome. Let me get things set up here. We're still 1 minute early. Hey, everybody. Welcome. I'm Shawna. Let me disable the waiting room so people can jump in as they are coming in throughout the day. So excited to see all of you. Welcome, welcome. I am Shawna, and I'm the host of Untold Secrets of Living Overseas. First of all, I just want to say, can we do a sound check? Please note that you have a chat. There is a chat feature here. If you could put yes, that you hear me. Awesome. Hey, love seeing everybody. Thank you, Undell, for responding. Welcome. Now, as we are jumping in right now here in the first session of the morning, might be close to afternoon for some of you guys. Thanks for confirming that you guys hear the sound. I would love for us to get to know each other. So a little bit of housekeeping. We're all going to keep our we're going to keep mute the whole time, as well as video off. So I have that in the settings just so that we don't disrupt the speakers. So if you have any questions, you're going to be dropping that in the chat. Also, if you can rename yourself, some of you, I'm seeing it says like iPhone, just so we can properly address you when you do have a question, make sure to change your name. You can right click, hit more, and you can hit rename, and you can rename yourself, okay? And then let me also share something else. This is the 5th summit I've hosted to help people just like you live abroad. So while I'm going through kind of the housekeeping, feel free to drop in the chat. Where are you from? And when are you looking to move abroad, and what country, if you know already? And if you don't, just tell me in the chat where you're interested. Or maybe there's a couple countries you're looking at. And I would love for us to get to know each other in that way. I'm going to drop in the chat right now the lineup for this entire 2-day live summit, okay? So I'm going to drop that right now into the chat. So you guys have that. Give me a second. And I'll be dropping that throughout the day. You also in your emails have, oops, I think I'm accidentally sharing. Let me see, how do I drop that in the chat? There we go. So in your emails that I've sent you today and yesterday, you should have the speaker lineup. Also on that training room page, which is moveoverseas.com/training-room, you actually do have the speaker lineup there, okay? So let me go ahead and drop that in here. There we go. Dropping it now. Okay, so you know that we've got a lot packed in to not only today, but tomorrow. Let's see where everybody's at. From Miami, thinking about Spain. Yes, awesome, Victoria. Let's see, Carrie. These chats are moving so fast. There's so many of you guys. Mickey, Mickey Lori here is from the East Coast, hoping to move to DR, Spain, Italy, and you're open. That's what I love about this. My goal for you guys at the end of this summit is to have clarity on where you want to move to, and also save you hundreds of hours of research, because these experts are coming on for free. This is the amazing part, and why I love to have this event is they're coming on, they're sharing their time. I mean, they normally charge for their time. So this is how the interviews are going to work. They're going to be 30-minute sessions, okay? Today it's going till 1 o'clock Pacific, 1 p.m. Pacific. Today's the longest day. Tomorrow it'll go till 12:30, okay? 30-minute sessions. This session right now, I'm going to talk to you about strategizing your move abroad. But the normal sessions after this first one, I'm going to be interviewing them. The last 5 minutes are going to be open for live Q&A. Sound good to everybody? Hootie, welcome. She's from Finland, moving to Lisbon in 9 days. Yes, love it. Debbie, boa tarde, from Coimbra, Portugal. Moved here 3 weeks ago. Yes, Debbie, I love that. That's amazing. Ari from LA. I'm originally from LA, looking to move to Madrid or Barcelona. Yes. So I lived in Barcelona for 5+ years, and I'm so excited to share my experiences with that. Stephen from Texas, looking at Costa Rica or Barbados. Love it. Let's see, Molly from Denver, Colorado, moving to Spain in the fall. Awesome, awesome. So you guys are familiar now. You know how to use the chat. So let me get started. Of course, the last 5 minutes, oh, I forgot to tell you. The last 5 minutes of every interview, each expert is giving away a free gift or a bonus. Okay. So that's also really exciting. The other thing I wanted to share is there is a raffle. So at the end of the summit tomorrow, which is day 2, if you enter into this raffle here, which I will drop in the chat right now, you can win some Move Abroad prizes. So you just fill in the form. You'll get lifetime access to my Move Overseas Now Academy with 6 months Slack support. That's the first place. So 6 month free coaching. The second place gets a $100 travel gift card and then 35% off the Move Overseas Now Academy. And then third place gets a surprise strategy call with one of the experts. VXX, I just posted the lineup in the chat. Okay. So if you just scroll up a little bit, you should see the lineup as well as it's in your emails and on the training room page. All right. Awesome. So let's get started. Well, I'm Shawna and I'm the host of Untold Secrets of Living Overseas. This is actually number 5. I have brought on some of the top experts in the Move Abroad space across Europe and Latin America since early 2023. So I'm basically a Move Abroad coach. I'm from LA. Last year in 2023, I helped 4,200 people with their Move Abroad. So that was a really big accomplishment for me. I'm the founder of Move Overseas Now and also the Move Overseas Now Academy, which is a course and a coaching program that shows you how to move abroad to 15 plus countries in under a year while saving hundreds of hours of research and thousands of dollars. I basically take people, my students, from overwhelm, which I'm guessing some people are feeling a little bit overwhelmed with the process. Tell me in the chat what you feel overwhelmed with. I take them from overwhelm to relief with handheld guidance on the entire Move Abroad process, including mindset, visas, citizenship, because you could get citizenship by descent if you have ancestors from European countries, and you could bypass this whole visa route. That's something to know about. I help them with relocation, healthcare, and more. And my students are moving to countries like Spain, Italy, Portugal, Panama, Greece, France, Netherlands, Germany, Costa Rica, Mexico, Colombia, and more. I saw some of you are looking to move to those countries. If you haven't told us where you're from and where you want to move to, please put it in the chat. So welcome to this session. You are in the right place, because if you want to go from overwhelm to feeling fulfilled in this new country, accomplished, free, and living abroad in a year or less, and if you want to save thousands of dollars, because let me tell you, this Move Abroad process with all the experts, it can get very expensive. Okay. So my goal is to save you thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours of research. So you're in the right place. So let me tell you a little bit about me. I was born in LA, went to Washington State University. I was actually a Division I athlete. I played volleyball in college. My parents didn't have money to send me to college. And so they told me from very early on, Shawna, you need to get scholarships because we don't have money for you. And so at 13, I planted the seed. And that I did. I actually worked really hard playing volleyball and being a good student, because those were really important values for me, and to go get a really good college education. And so I got a scholarship to play volleyball. But I always felt like I didn't fit in America. I felt like I had traveled as a child. And whenever I had traveled, I felt this sense of exhilaration, that sense of adventure, and learning about other cultures made me want to move abroad. And so I knew I wanted to live abroad for a while. And when I got to college, I said, this is when I'm going to do it. So what I did was I studied abroad in Spain for 6 months, my last semester of college, and I fell in love. So the reasons why I love Europe in particular, and also this applies for Latin America as well, things are just so much cheaper. I was shocked. So I was in my 6-month stint. Before I was taking this contract I already had for a corporate job, and I was falling in love. And now I was falling in love for real with a man. a beautiful Spanish man, but I was also falling in love with living abroad in Europe. I was traveling on the weekends, going to Amsterdam, London, Paris for $100 round trip. I was living in Bilbao, Spain, which is the north. And I was just shocked at how easy life was. I mean, my budget was like $1,500 to $2,000 a month. And I was eating out every day. I was having tapas. Wines were 2 or 3 euros, which is around $3 or $4. Meals are inexpensive. And I was just in love with how the lifestyle was so laid back and easy, right? So I don't know if any of you are looking for that, but I was able to keep, and then let me tell you a little bit more. I came back, worked corporate, and I realized I do not like this. Like, this is not what I want with my life, because I had experienced what it was like living abroad. The healthcare, by the way, I got sick a couple times, and the healthcare was so easy and smooth. My antibiotics were $2 or $3. And this you can find across all the countries we're going to be talking about today and tomorrow. And so the list goes on, but I came back, worked this corporate job for a year and a half. I kept ignoring this feeling. I was like, you should move abroad, Shawna. You should move abroad, Shawna. And I go back. I kept ignoring it. And I don't know if that has been happening with you guys. There was actually, I wanted to start the call with an intention, or this whole summit. It's by Robin Sharma. It's don't live the same year 75 times and call it a life. Think about that for a second. Don't live the same year 75 times and call it a life. Imagine if you lived the same way for 75 years of your life. You thought about, oh, I want to do this really big thing, move abroad. I want to achieve this X goal, and you never do it. Can you imagine the regret you would feel at year 75? I just want to throw that out there and put that in your field, because that is something that kept coming up. It kept pressing me. It kept pressing me when I was working in this corporate lifestyle. And I said, to hell with it. I'm just gonna go back. Why do I have to live in what the society is telling us, this checkbox lifestyle? I was thinking in my head, oh, it's the corporate job I'm supposed to do. It's the supposed to, right? Everything that the society tells you in your home country, and I'm from America, and I know a lot of you are from North America. The checkbox lifestyle is, you have the corporate job and you stay here your whole life. And this is really branching out of your comfort zone, right? So when I decided to quit that corporate job, and I moved to Barcelona, Spain. And that is where I did a master's in entrepreneurship and innovation. So my route when I went in 2016 again was the student visa route, which we're going to get into all this in a second. Okay. But that allowed me to start with my visa process. And I actually met my husband. I started 2 businesses that are thriving. One of them is Move Overseas Now. Yeah, so basically, like, so many things opened up for me. I also was able to live in 4 countries and make multiple 6 figures running my 2 online businesses. So I have a web design agency. That's what I started in Barcelona, keeping my clients in America. Okay, so that's the goal. For those of you, anybody want to start remote work, or you want to start your own business, the goal would be you continue to get and work with American clients. American income, living abroad. Okay. So that is the name of the game, because if you can build up that portfolio of clients, at least that's what I did, you will be living like a king or queen in some of these countries. The average is, like, I know tons of people, myself included, when I live in Spain, it's $1,000 to $2,000 per month. That is my budget for myself. That's what I spend. Okay. Now let me bring you up to date. My father actually recently passed away, so I had to come back to LA, to California, to take care of that. He did not have a living trust or a will, so you can imagine the craziness that went along with that whole process. So that's another thing I like to share with people is, living abroad, I feel like will shift a lot of things for you, and it could solve a lot of your problems, because I do feel when I'm in America a lot stressed out. I'm so stressed out when I'm in America because of this hustle bustle culture, and just the fact of how much you need to survive. I mean, rent in LA is anywhere from $2,000 to $6,000 a month for an apartment. So you do have to work a lot harder, I feel like. So let me know if anybody else is kind of feeling that way. You know, you want to get out of the hustle bustle, you're ready for an easier life. So that is why actually currently right now I'm calling you from LA. My husband and I bounce back between LA and Barcelona, and we'll be moving back to Barcelona very soon as he gets his citizenship. We're getting his passport, his American passport, since we had to basically deal with the estate of my dad and his passing. We just decided to go ahead and get my husband's American passport because it is still really good to have an American passport. So, and then I also underwent my own health troubles while living abroad. So I don't know if healthcare is something that y'all are concerned about, but yeah, I have I got a herniated disc. I fell on my head when I was living in Spain. And so I've been throughout the ins and outs of the private and the public healthcare system. We actually have a bonus expert today that's going to be talking healthcare from her experience living in Portugal. But it will relate to all of Europe as well as Latin America. And she has a free guide. So definitely you're going to want to check out that interview. Let's see. Some of you might be concerned about learning the language in the country you want to move to. I can tell you it's totally normal, the fears you're having. You will probably want to learn some of the language because your everyday things that you do. I mean, think about it. You're going to go to the store. You're going to want to mingle with your neighborhood, right? Like that's the beautiful part of moving abroad is community is number one. That is why I like living so much in Europe is because the center of everything is community. You walk downstairs from your apartment and it's the amazing fruit lady that you're like now best friends with, or the person you always get a cappuccino from. It's like you build this relationship with them. And so you're going to want to have like these little conversations, or when you're at the grocery store, or obviously healthcare, when you need to go to the doctor's appointments. There's private healthcare though, for all of you in whatever country you want to move to. Don't worry when you get the private healthcare plans, and they are not expensive. Like I pay 80 euros per month, and this is in Spain, but all of the EU countries are pretty much the same. For my age, I pay around 80 euros a month. That is no copays, no deductibles. Crazy, right? So, like, honestly, even though I'm back in America because my father passed away, if I ever had a serious medical thing that I needed taken care of, I'd be using my private healthcare in Spain. Okay. I'm just going to say that. And so with the fluency part about learning a language, you will be able to do this as an adult because I became fluent in Spanish by living abroad. Just going for 6 months, you will become somewhat conversational if you really apply yourself. You can't hide under a rock. You need to make sure you're going to language classes. Yes, Mimi, great question. So the private healthcare plan that I'm on in Spain is called DKV. And if you need a contact, that's the other thing is I'm here to hook you guys up. If you guys need introductions to people on the ground in your countries, so the countries that we're covering, Spain, Portugal, Italy, France, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama. If you need contacts on the ground for these really big things about life, let me know. You have my email, and I can put you in touch. So yeah, it's called DKV, Mimi. So that is 80 euros a month I pay. I have actually my father-in-law, he owns a healthcare company. He's an insurance agent, and he helps people get DKV insurance for your visa application. So you're going to need most likely healthcare for your insurance applications, as well as when you're permanently living there, you're going to want to have a plan that's just recurring after that initial visa time frame is up for that health insurance. And then I saw somebody else ask a question, or Carrie, she said 360 per month if over 70. Yeah. So depending on the country, it can range, but honestly, I have quotes for somebody that's 72, 75 that is quoted in Spain and Portugal for anywhere between 270 and 350 per month. Not too bad. And a lot of them have no copays and no deductibles. Oh, Okay, so let me also share. Okay, let's talk about who succeeds at living abroad and moving abroad. So, very important for you to know this. You need to get clear with a vision you want for your life. This is very important. What vision do you want for your life? And then figure out what your move abroad avatar is. So tell me below. Do you want to have more relaxed time and take some time off or maybe study? Put me in the chat, okay? So basically relax more, take time off, or study. You can also put relax more. Yes, I want to study. Tell me which one of those you want to do, okay? Or maybe some of you want to just straight retire and do a part-time job. Is that you? Put, retire and maybe do part-time work. Tell me if that's you. Some of you might want to do nothing. That is totally fine. We have been go, go, go in our societies for so long. It's totally okay. And you have permission to, for however long you want, to do nothing, provided that your finances will sustain that lifestyle. But I see a lot of people of all ages, because in this session, in this summit, we are all ages. Okay. We're for anywhere from 25 to 80. And we might have people that are older. Some of y'all are in really great health and great shape, and nothing is holding you back. Who wants to remote or freelance or run your own business? Yes, Carrie, retire, MC. I want to live the bohemian artist lifestyle. Yes, singer songwriter. I get where you're at, MC. I had a radio show in Barcelona for 3 years, and it was wonderful. It was so fun. And then what I would do next is inventory your finances. Who has really taken a deep look at their finances, your stuff, and your habits? Because if your habits are not aligned to, you need to time block your day. If you really want to move abroad, you need to spend, let's say, 2 hours, 1 hour every day working on move abroad stuff. People think, okay, this is just going to magically happen with me doing research. That's not how it works. Like, you got to put in the work and trust yourself that you deserve this and that you can do this, because there are thousands of us that have done this. And that's why we have this event for you. And then you would choose your country based on the above that I just talked about. So let's jump into the the juicy part of the training. So let's talk about some visa options. First, you need to decide if you have citizenship by descent in one of the, mainly, it could be in any country you want to move to, but for the European countries in particular, I'm getting my Czech citizenship by descent. If you have ancestors from those countries, a lot of these countries are taking great grandparents. Some are taking grandparents, and then there is a big chunk that are just taking parents. So if those people were born in that country, even if they're deceased, you can still get citizenship by descent. So I would first check that. We're going to have an expert talk about that. So that's tomorrow. Let's talk about the options you have. Okay. And I do have a free gift for you guys in a little bit. And our next expert is going to be Damien. He is an Italy relocation expert. So he's going to be chatting visa options for Italy, as well as what that looks like. Let me see. What did I just accidentally click on? Oh, hey, Ashraf, can you turn off your whiteboard? Not sure how you did that. Kindly turn that off. Okay, thank you. I don't know how you did that. I don't even know how to do that. Okay, so let's talk about golden visas for property purchase. So look, these visas are starting to go away. All right. So that's why if you want to make your move abroad, you should consider doing it, and doing it soon, because let's talk about the golden visas for property purchase. Those are gone in Portugal and Spain. So this was when you bought a property, you could automatically get residency in that country. Those are gone. Greece has almost doubled the requirements. And the EU is all on board with abolishing these golden visas by investment in property due to money laundering. So Greece has increased from, like, it was 250,000 euro. It's now 400,000 euro and up. And then you get citizenship in 7 years, for example. Let's talk about the easiest ways to get visas, okay? And by the way, there is a VIP upgrade for those. There's a lot of information here, and this is only going to be provided live. If y'all want to upgrade to VIP, I'm dropping it in the chat here. You'll get unlimited replays of all the experts. You'll get 30-minute exclusive Q&A time with me each day of the summit at the end. So today and tomorrow, you'll also get access to my Abroad in a Year Masterclass, which happens on Tuesday, this Tuesday. You'll also get 35% off of the Move Overseas Now Academy, plus 6-month free coaching by me with successful purchase of the Move Overseas Now Academy. So that upgrade is only $47. All right, so let's talk about the easiest ways to get into Europe, and as well as some of these other countries. It really depends on if you want to do a passive income visa, digital nomad visa, retirement visa, student visa, etc. But if we're talking Europe, the easiest way to get in, and this is actually across the world, but student visas are the easiest way to get into a country, okay? And they don't have age caps, okay? Now, don't think that this is like a university, really hardcore. You can do cultural language masters that are a couple hours a day. They don't have to be really intense, okay? So think about that. And the beautiful thing about student visas is you only need to prove to the consulate around $800 per month in your bank account. So it's like the easiest in terms of financial requirements. And then there's a really amazing one, which you need to jot down. Jill, if you want to just complete that later, then that's fine. And then Netherlands has one of the easiest routes for Americans, okay? It's called the DAFT visa. This is so you can start a business in the Netherlands. You don't even have to have a functioning business. They give you a visa for 2 years, and then it's extendable up to 5 years. And then it turns into permanent residency after that. You basically start a business in the Netherlands, and you don't even have to be making money. You don't even have to be operating. You're going to be starting the business in the Netherlands. So I have more about this in the Move Overseas Now Academy. This is the easiest route into Europe, okay? Let's see. The hardest way is getting a job on the ground. So a lot of people want to do this, but I will say that it is the hardest. I have had jobs on the ground, but I will tell you, you have to normally know the language, and you have to be, and if you don't know the language, you have to be very, very specialized at what you do, and a bulldog at networking. Countries that are most open to this are the Netherlands and Germany because they speak the most English. The other one that's great is the NALCAP, which is a student visa. It's a student visa, but it's they pay you to teach English in Spain. So there's other types of visas that are really great. Panama, so passive income visas or retirement visas. Panama has one. You only need to prove $1,000 a month and $250 for each dependent. Costa Rica has a really great one. The proof of income, again, is only $1,000 per month. Mexico wants to see a savings of $53,570 in that bank account. Spain is my #1 passive income visa pick, and that is because they take savings. This is like the only visa I know about that will take savings for a passive income visa. It's called the non-lucrative visa, and the first person, if it's one applicant, they just need to show 28,800 euro for the first year, and then each beneficiary needs 7,200 euro per year. And so you could come in on any of these visas we're talking about. You could come in and then later switch your visa to a different one. So that's what some people do on the student visa. They'll switch it to a work visa. Once they're on the ground, they find a job and they can network better on the ground. They switch it over. Some people come in on these non-lucrative visas and they can switch it over later. But this is by far the easiest one to get because they take savings. And it's a 5-year visa. You do have to renew it in between. And if one person is applying for the total of 5 years, over that 5 years, when you're showing those financial requirements, you'll need to show 144,000 euro. There's also digital nomad visas, which we're going to get into all of this later. My time is pretty much up, but we're going to have experts talk about Italy, Portugal, Greece, Spain, and more. So I'm so excited to introduce our next speaker. Before I do, I'd like to share my free gift. So I have launched the Move Overseas Now Academy. I'm opening enrollment for you guys just for 48 hours. So basically, this is my course, and there is a 6-month complimentary coaching that I'm throwing in there. If you want to get in, I'm opening enrollment. I'm dropping it in the chat, and I'm only opening enrollment for 48 hours. So if you want to get into the course as well as the 6-month coaching on the 15 countries that I cover across Europe and Latin America, you can do so there. So let me see if there's any questions here. And while I'm looking for the questions, I'm going to bring Damien on. Let's see if I can find Damien. Hey, Damien, can you, oh, there you are. I see you. Hold on. Let me bring you on the screen. 1 second. And does anybody have any questions? We're going to bring Damien on right now. Awesome. There you are, Damien. How are you today?
I'm doing fine. And you?
I am so great. I wasn't able to sleep last night because I was thinking of the last items on the checklist that I had to complete for the, this 2-day summit. But other than that, I'm feeling great. I'm loving seeing everybody here, and it looks like a lot of people want to move to Italy or are considering it. So I'm so excited for this chat.
Well, Italy's always in the top 10 of the most desirable countries to move to.
Yeah, I totally know that. That's for sure. So everybody, I would like to formally introduce Damien O'Farrell. He's a global mobility expert and expat coach. We're going to be chatting in this panel about Italian visa options, okay? And Damien, yeah, so tell us a little bit of an intro about yourself. How did you get to live in Italy and also get to help tons of people? I know you've been doing this for many, many years. Tell me how you kind of got into, moving to Italy and also helping people move over to Italy.
Okay, well, sort of the Reader's Digest version is I came to Italy in May of 1988 for what should have been a 2 to 3 month experience. I came to help out a friend, and I managed to get some work for that period, 2 to 3 months. And then one thing kind of led to another, and I started working. And I'm sort of like a sponge. So I was absorbing a lot of the information about how to move to Italy. And I myself had to do a lot of the things at the beginning on my own. And I kind of found myself in a situation where people would ask me questions about how to exchange their driver's license, how to get a visa, and so on and so forth. And in 1990, I created a course called How to Live and Work Successfully in Italy. And I started with 4 people. And I just did the 25th edition of it recently. And it had 50 people, but I limit it at 50 people so that they have time to talk with me and the other experts that are in the room.
Wow, I love that. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. And we're so grateful to have you on today.
My pleasure.
I know you're super busy and you have tons of clients that you're helping move to Italy right now. Can you kind of tell me what your focus areas are with, your business and people moving to Italy?
My focus is basically any corporate client or individual that wants to come to live in Italy. Okay. Obviously, with the corporate people, they're coming to work. And then with the individuals, then it's the complete array of visas. So it's everything from the elective residency visa to the new digital nomad visa and everything else in between.
Okay, awesome. So you do, and we'll kind of get into this. Remember to stick around, guys, because we're going to give a free gift at the end as well. So I know you do like consults so people can kind of get clear on exactly the steps and what they have to prepare for those appointments, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So that because what's very important to understand is that Italian consulates have enormous discretionary powers, okay? And even at the same consulate, two applications won't be handled in the same way because the staff can change. One employee may have more zeal in comparison to another. New directives from the central government could be handed down between one being processed and the next one being processed. So our goal is to really make sure that the person submits a surefire application. And if we see any red flags, we're going to bring that to the attention of somebody. And case in point being the student visa. Italy has really clamped down on the student visa because unfortunately it was abused. So people would sign up for a course and then they would not attend the course. So if you want to come to Italy to study Italian, they now want you to be able to show that you've got a B1 or a B2 level of the language.
Okay. And that's is B, because we're going to probably hear that throughout the days. B1 and B2 in Europe, is that kind of like the most basic level?
No, it would be sort of, it would sort of be upper pre-intermediate, lower intermediate.
Okay, got it. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it makes sense because we don't want people to be abusing the rights. I mean, it makes sense completely.
And it's got to be a course of at least 4 hours a day. Okay. So it's got to be a 20-hour course per week, but it does give you the option to work for an additional 20 hours per week.
Okay. See, that's nice. That's what I love about the student visas is they allow you at least to have like some sort of part-time job. What
That's
about,
right.
yeah, what about, okay, so we do have, if people can drop in the chat here so Damien can get a feel for who wants to move to Italy, go ahead and put Italy in the chat. And if you have questions throughout, feel free to drop them in the chat and we'll get to them. I'm already seeing a couple. So how can people move to Italy? I know this group, what I've seen, some people are in the United States, are in Canada, and there's other people calling in from other parts of the globe. What are you seeing are the best visas? And can you kind of like give us a very quick overview of each of them and what people should look for before they're deciding?
If you want to move to Italy, we need to look at everything, completely. Okay. I had one client, it took her 5 years to get to Italy. Okay. Because I told her to find a company in America that had a presence in Italy. And between one thing or another, that took 5 years. Okay.
Wow.
But it was really good because then she was able to get hired locally. And so it really, helped her to stay in Italy. Okay, essentially, these are your options. You've got the elective residency visa, which has a reputation of being a retirement visa. Okay, but it's really for people that have passive income. And what the consulate wants to see is passive income that does not fluctuate. Okay. So that's a pension, social security, some type of investment. Okay. Now, on the internet, there's a figure floating around, which is 31,000 euros per year. Okay. And what people are being led to believe is that if they've got this 31,000, they'll automatically qualify. But they need to think of the 31,000 as a starting point, okay? Because the consulate will look at your application and look at you holistically. So if you've got 31,000, but they see you're going to be spending a lot of money on rent, they're going to ask themselves, how is this person going to sustain themselves in Italy? Okay, without potentially becoming a burden on the country. Then it used to be that if you had a spouse or a partner, you could add on a 30% onto the 31,000. But now I've seen consulates that want to see 31,000 for the applicant and 31,000 for the spouse or partner. So a combined 62,000 in passive income. Okay. That I mean, I had a client who was 31 who qualified for this visa. So it has nothing to do with being retired. It has to do with you proving passive income. Then you've got the self-employment visa, but this is sort of like the holy grail of the visas because they only issue 500 a year, more or less, and they are distributed among everybody around the world applying for that visa. Okay. Then you have the new digital nomad visa. Um, I would like to have seen this visa crafted a little bit differently because it seems like they put a self-employment visa and a highly qualified intercompany transfer visa into a bowl and they mixed it up. And what came out is not what is traditionally a digital nomad visa because they want you to have a university degree that has lasted at least 3 years. You've got to have a qualification from an accredited association or body, or you've got to have certain experience. And this is where I think there are going to be some issues, and maybe we might even see some amendments, because I know a coder from the Ukraine who's on a digital nomad visa in another country, and he is kind of self-taught. Okay, I mean, he doesn't have an official qualification, but in that other country, they don't ask for that. They want you to show income, a rental contract, and so on and so forth. So I think some people might get bogged down in the application regarding this aspect. Another thing that is really important with the digital nomad visa for Italy is that if you're not coming as a remote worker, so working for a company, you have to be tax compliant in Italy. Okay. Now, taxation is not my area of expertise. So that's why I always tell people before you move to Italy, make sure that you speak with an Italian tax expert who can explain to you the tax ramifications of being a tax resident. Okay. In other places with the digital nomad visa, they kind of give you a pass for the first year. Okay. And then if you decide to stay on, you get into the local tax system. But with Italy, it's very different. You got to be tax compliant from day one. Someone asked what passive income is, and passive income is what I said. It is income that comes in from a pension, social security, an annuity that has fixed returns and does not fluctuate. Okay. Somebody was talking to me about that they're a songwriter, but I mean, unless you're Paul McCartney, the royalties will probably fluctuate a lot. Okay. So what the consulate wants to see is you have this money coming in. It has been coming in. It's going to continue to come in, and it's not going to fluctuate. Okay. And so you've got your elective residency visa with passive income. You've got the self-employment visa, but there's only about 500 issued per year. And then you've got the new digital nomad visa, which I'm very excited about, despite the fact that there are things that need to be worked out. But these communities that have been opening up in Italy for digital nomad visas, I think they can start to thrive now. So, so for non-EU citizens, this is a great new visa available.
Nice. Can I ask a question quickly, Damien? This digital nomad visa, I know when it launched, I had seen that some people had tried to get appointments at the consulates here in the US, and they weren't able to. Is it now open for you to apply in the consulate, or they're still not really taking applications? Have we seen people get accepted yet?
The digital nomad visa has been available since April 5th. Okay. And you have to do it through the consulate. You cannot request a visa in Italy. Okay. And if Italy is your choice destination, one of the things I encourage you to really develop is patience. Okay. It can take a long time to get an appointment at the consulate. Some of the consulates haven't even uploaded onto their website the information about the digital nomad visa, and they may not. I know Italian consulates that process visas, and there's no information on the website. But because it has been officially published in the Gazette in Italy, the consulate has to process that visa. Now, as to when they're going to give you the appointment, that's up to them. I mean, right now, the consulates that I've spoken to, they're telling me 90 to 120 days to process it from the time they get all of the documentation.
Wow.
Someone asked about citizenship by descent, and that is such a vast topic that I really can't touch on that today. Anybody who's interested in that can reach out to me. I will send them my questionnaire where we get a full overview of the family tree, because there are cases where the bloodline got broken irreparably. There are cases where you can reclaim the citizenship in Italy. There are cases where it involves the mother. It's a 1948 case. You've got to file a lawsuit. Then now there's the minor clause, which means that sometimes if, the ancestor gave up the citizenship when you were a minor, that can be an issue. It's too complicated to talk about now without seeing the actual family tree of the person. And then once we have seen that, we can usually tell the person, okay, this is an administrative or it's a judicial application.
Yeah, I know Italy could be quite complicated because of that, like maternal clause or whatever, that thing that you just mentioned.
Italy per se has one of the most generous citizenship through ancestry in the world, okay? Because a lot of countries limit it to the parents or to the grandparents, and the Scandinavian countries are particularly conservative about issuing citizenship. But Italy, I mean, it can go back, a couple of 100 years, and as long as everything is okay, you can apply. And if you get Italian citizenship through ancestry, though they are talking about changing this, you may have to have at least a B1 level of the language. For now, no, but they're talking about changing it.
Yeah, I know that in some other European countries, like they require the language. But everybody, you can email Damien on that. We also tomorrow do have a citizenship by descent specific talk. So
someone mentioned DNA, and I just want to say quickly that if you get a DNA test and it shows that you're 20% Italian, you can't ask for citizenship. The citizenship has to be through a specific ancestor.
Yeah, thanks for covering that. So what are kind of like your words of wisdom, I guess, for people that are deciding between these visas? I mean, what's kind of like the next steps? Because I know a lot of these folks want to move in the next 12 months. If it's not 12 months, tell us when it is that you want to move. What should they be doing now to really set themselves up for like the passive income and potentially the digital nomad? I know you said like talk to a tax person, make sure you're kind of well informed with that. What about like the housing piece?
Okay, you mentioned something before I came on, which really resonated with me. And it's because that's what I say to my own clients is, what do you want to do in Italy? Okay, what's the end game? Where do you see yourself in a year? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Okay, and this is where we need to look at what would be the best way to come to Italy. Okay, because if someone says to me, okay, I want to really do well in the corporate world, well then in the next breath they tell me they want to move to a small town in Sicily, that's not going to happen. Okay. You're going to have to be probably in the Milan area because that's where all the better jobs are. Okay. If you tell me I run a borderless business, I've been doing so for several years. Well, as long as we can find you a good internet connection or a satellite internet connection, you can be in a town, with one horse and two sheep. It doesn't matter. Okay. So it's about, what do you want? What is it you want to achieve, and how can we get you there? Okay.
Makes sense.
Now the internet is flooded with cheap Italian homes, and there are bargains to be had. And I was talking to someone recently because they moved to Puglia because they wanted to avail of the 7% tax regime. And that's available in towns that have 20,000 or fewer people. Okay. And they were complaining because they felt that the town didn't offer a lot of services, and they had to drive an hour to see a specialist for a health problem they had. But I mean, to be fair, if a town is promoting a type of program, there's a reason for that. Okay. So otherwise they wouldn't have to do it. Okay. So that kind of ties into what I'm saying is, will that be a good fit for you? Okay. And then when it comes to buying property, you need to make sure, if the property is very cheap, you got to make sure if it's up to code, because if it's not, you're going to have to invest money in upgrading the electric system. Sometimes when the house is not up to code, you can't get insurance. So then if they're working on the house and there's an issue, you could have problems. So, there are pragmatic things you need to look at. And that's what we walk people through to make sure that they live their best life in Italy.
Yeah, and it makes total sense. I'm getting some questions already from people, and it kind of ties into some of the other things you've already chatted about. Can you let us know, does rental property income qualify somebody for the passive income visa?
Okay. If you have, let's say you live in the United States and you've got rental properties and you've been renting them for at least 2 or 3 years, and you can show that you will be continuing to rent these properties for the next 3, 4, 5 years, the consulate may take that into consideration. Okay, because it's pretty stable. You can prove it's been going on for a long time. Okay. And this is where I'm saying the application is nuanced, but it's not nuanced regarding savings. They don't take into consideration savings because they look at them as being expendable. Okay. Because, you could have €1 million in the bank, but then you decide to live a very extravagant lifestyle in Italy and the money is depleted. So, yeah, so it could be. We would need to look at that, see how long it's been going on, see how much the rent is, and then formulate it in such a way that the consulate will take it into consideration.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a great answer. So hope that helped you, whoever answered that or asked that. So I have another question. I know you said obviously people should chat with a tax expert. Somebody asked wealth tax in Italy. Can you elaborate on that, or do you know anything about that, the wealth tax?
It's not really my area of expertise, and taxation is very case specific. Okay. And there are bilateral agreements in place. And this is why you really need, you know, people ask this question a lot on the internet, and all you can basically give people is a general response. Taxation can be between 23, 7%, 23%, so on and so forth. But you got to get into that person's specific case. Okay. And you really need to make peace with the fact that if you're moving to Italy and you're dealing with a taxation system in a second or third language, and it's very different from where you come from, it really will behoove you to work with a savvy accountant. Okay. And you must also understand something else, that only big companies like KPMG and Deloitte can handle multiple tax jurisdictions. So if you're American, you will have an Italian accountant and you'll have a CPA in America. And those two professionals will interact on your behalf. But it's very difficult to find an Italian tax expert who's also licensed to practice in America.
Right. And I've heard this time and time again. So yeah, it's kind of hard to answer that question right now. But great question. We're gonna have a tax expert actually come on that's gonna talk about US expat taxes. So I hope maybe he'll be able to touch on more of your questions. I have another question. If you get the elective visa and buy a home in Italy, are you taxed in Italy on your pension, or if you keep the US as your permanent address and pay taxes there, is there a
Well,
treaty?
when you obtain a long-term visa for Italy, you automatically become a tax resident. Okay. And Italy can tax you on your global income. But as I said, because of bilateral agreements, and if you already pay stuff in America, Italy takes that into consideration. So you may not end up paying anything. But as I said, taxation is something that needs to really be discussed with an Italian tax expert.
Right. And I believe that second part of the question, the double taxation, our tax expert that's coming on later can definitely help answer your question. Another question, somebody has already bought their property in Italy that they use for vacations, but they want to stay now longer term. Is there any advantage that somebody like this person would have with the property already in hand? Would you have any specific advice on visa options? They don't have the ancestry route either.
Well, if they've got a property in Italy, unfortunately, Italy doesn't offer any immigration privileges because you own real estate in Italy. So you would need to look at a long-term visa, like the ones I discussed, the elective residency visa, the self-employment visa, the digital nomad visa. That's the only way that you would be able to stay on in Italy beyond the 90 days.
Okay, thank you so much. And yeah, we are in the last 5 minutes. So if anybody else has any other questions, is there anything else you want to add, Damien, about if people really want to make this move in under 12 months? What's kind of like your final secret that you'd like to leave here with them?
Someone mentioned something which I'm one of the few people that talk about it, is actually working in Italy. Okay. And, Italy has gone through disruption just like every other country. So what you could make a good living from 30 years ago is not necessarily going to make you earn money today in Italy. So, for anybody who wants to work in Italy, it's a really good idea to set up job alerts on LinkedIn, because a lot of Italian companies now use LinkedIn to post jobs. Having an advanced level of the language is obviously very important. Anything to do with IT, cloud architects, data analysts, things like that, there's a lot of opportunities for people in those fields. Connecting with Italian headhunters on LinkedIn, though it can be challenging to find work, from abroad. But if you can come over on a scouting trip and, meet up with some people. Someone asked, if you retire in Italy, can you get a part-time job? Not with the elective residency visa. That does not allow for work. If you retire on Italy in some other capacity, you could work. Healthcare aid, the Italian healthcare system, unfortunately, is running low on funds. So they have increased, for example, the voluntary yearly amount that people who have an elective residency visa pay. And it's a minimum of 2,000 a year. It went up, I believe, from 387 euros per year. And I've heard that that could increase in the future. But if you break it down to a monthly amount, I think it's about 166 euros a month. So it's good value. And that allows you access to the Italian health service. I personally have both. I have private, I have the health service, depending on what I need to do.
Nice. Yeah. And I think that's what a lot of people do is kind of you balance between the two. Damien, thank you so much for coming on to this panel. I wanted to invite you to explain your free gifts. I've just dropped Damien's free gifts into the chat. Did you want to kind of touch on those free gifts that you're given to everybody today?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little ebook. It's just 50 simple tips on relocating to Italy. And then there are the top tips for moving to Italy, which is, again, covering the basics of relocating to Italy, which will give people some information about moving to Italy. Of course, I mean, they're not case specific because until I mean, I'll give you a very quick example. I worked with a lady from the UK. She had basically given up on moving to Italy because of Brexit. And I said to her, but fill out my questionnaire in any case. And then she filled out the questionnaire. And I said, but what about this Irish grandmother? Let's go down this route. And so we were able to get her Irish citizenship. And now she's able to move to Italy independently of Brexit. So until you actually talk to somebody and we do one of our premium consultations, we can't really exclude anything. Otherwise, we're just kind of, shooting in the dark. We don't have all the information.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. And I've also, if you want to book a consult with Damien, I've dropped his email. So you guys all have everything. You have the free gifts, you have his email. And thank you so much, Damien, for this.
Thank you, Shawna, and have a great summit. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Okay, talk
all
soon.
The best. Bye-bye.
Hey, Vicky, how are you?
Hello, thank you very much, Shawna, for inviting me today. It's so nice to see you.
It's so nice to see you too. Well, I'm gonna practice my Spanish with you and say buenos días. ¿Qué tal?
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes here in Barcelona. It's buenas tardes already.
Okay, that's right. In Barcelona, it's buenas tardes because it is. What time is it for you right now?
It's 6 p.m.
Amazing. Well, you guys, I am so excited to introduce to you my favorite Spanish teacher, Victoria Chauvel. She is, if you don't know her already, she's probably the top Spanish teacher on Instagram. She's pretty famous on there. And we're going to be chatting on this panel about mastering the local language and culture. Now, while it will be a little bit more specific to Spain or moving, some of you I know want to maybe move to a Latin American country. We're still going to be talking about the things that you're going to kind of, the struggles you might have, and also how to kind of get through those struggles, because in all of these countries, you're going to have to learn the language. So I know some of you don't want to move necessarily to a Spanish speaking country. I still think that this chat will be very beneficial to you. So let me introduce Vicky. So she's a Spanish teacher that is, her name is Victoria, but you can call her Vicky. And she was born and raised in Spain. She's a certified Spanish teacher. She graduated from university with a master's degree in applied linguistics. And she has more than 12 years of experience in teaching Spanish, both as a teacher at the Instituto Cervantes, which is like the top Spanish school, and as an independent instructor. And she has thousands of students coming from many different countries to learn Spanish. So I'm so excited for our interview. Thank you for being here. Can you kind of tell us your story? Like, how did you get teaching English speakers Spanish?
Yes, so actually I was always a polyglot, I like to learn languages myself, not only teaching Spanish, but also learning and having this experience to become another person, right? Because when you kind of speak another language and you master this language, you have like another personality, right? Like the movements, it's not only the language, but it's also how you move, the nonverbal language, nonverbal communication, all the culture that you absorb. So I actually enjoy myself becoming this another self, you know, in different languages. So I had this experience as a kid because I liked it. And then I decided when I was 20, I was in Istanbul for a year living there, and I decided to become a Spanish teacher when I was there because I was very curious. No, I was like, I want to share this knowledge that I have now with other people. And then I decided to study applied linguistics to have all the knowledge, you know, all the skills to actually do it in a professional way. And I've been doing that already 14 years, not only 12, but 14. So I'm becoming old. Time is very fast. So yeah, that was the trigger, you know, that like being myself a polyglot, learning many languages, being in a multicultural environment, like, you know, because I'm living here in Barcelona where I speak every day 5 or 6 languages, you know. So
Wow.
I have people from all over the world, friends, also I work in English also, you know, so I have many people, and I like to share that, that actually how I did it as a student and how I can do it also as a teacher. How can I help you also as a professional, right? So
Okay, this is
basically, yeah,
amazing.
I love it.
Vicky, this is what I love about Europeans is y'all speak so many languages. What languages do you speak? I can guess 3: English, Spanish, Catalan.
Exactly. And then I also speak French. I studied when I was a kid, and then I learned Turkish because I was in Istanbul, and then Russian also. And yeah, Russian for personal reasons, you know, in the past I had to learn it. And but
Okay.
it's very challenging because those are very different languages. They are not Latin based, and they are very, very, and yeah, I learned Russian as an adult. And that's why if I can do it, you can also do it. That's why I want to keep learning languages myself. Now I'm almost 40 years old and I can still, you know, learn a language from scratch. I can still do it. So I want to share all of this with you.
I love this. So can you tell me, if touching on that before we dive in more about this, like learning Spanish, can you help clear this misconception? Because we have a lot of adults in the audience, and that's one of people's biggest fears is learning the language in the countries they want to move to. What do you have to say to that?
Yeah, I mean, people think that after a certain age you cannot learn a languages, but this is totally a myth, and this is false because actually, okay, kids and adults learn in a different way. Of course, kids will absorb the language and will have this fluency because they are also in contact with the language. You know, many hours a day. They are in contact with it. They are active. You know, they are speaking with their teacher, with the mother. So they are practicing. So this is what actually makes a difference. Not only the brain of the kid, but also the exposure to the exposition. How do you say that?
The exposure.
Exposure to the language. So basically, adults can also learn if they have this exposure to the language. Okay, we need to recreate that. We need to a little bit fake this environment, no, where we are going to create the need to speak Spanish. This is what we do as a teacher, no? What we do to help adults. If you have this immersive experience, you can actually learn the language. And the age is a plus. It's not that it's a disadvantage, but it's an advantage. Whenever you have the knowledge about the world, you can speak about more things. You have a lot of experiences in your past that you actually want to explain, right? You want to talk about them in Spanish. You have this need to talk about. A kid doesn't have any experience about the past, cannot talk about the past or the future, you know?
Right.
So this knowledge, also knowledge about politics, knowledge about environment, knowledge about psychology, let you speak about many, many topics So this makes you improve the vocabulary faster than a kid, okay?
I love
So
that.
actually it's an advantage. When you are mature and you have knowledge about the world, it's better. Yeah.
Okay. Now, can you kind of touch on what is life like in Spain? Can you kind of paint a picture? Because it sounds like you've lived in Istanbul and other places. What is it like in Spain? Because we do have a lot of people that want to move to Spain or Latin American countries. Can you drop in the chat what country you want to move to, so Vicky can take a look while we're in our interview here? What is it like living in Spain, if you could quickly touch on it?
Yeah, living in Spain, I think it's a dream for most people, because here the quality of life, it's not about making money. You know, people is not focused on making money or, you know, on work. We are more focused on enjoying with others, and we know how to enjoy life. And this is so, for Americans, I think this experience, it's very, wow, not like surprising. Like here, people are working to spend money on parties, on enjoyment. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is the main reason why we live. We don't live to make money here. So if you can have your job, your remote job, and you can live in Spain, it's like a paradise, because apart from the weather, you know, which is most of the time sunny, in most of Spain, not in the north, I have to say, but in the center of Spain, Madrid, or in here in where I am in Barcelona, in the Mediterranean, or in the south, we have sun. It's sunny, and the weather is very, very good. For example, in Barcelona, the weather is perfect. You have been living here, right?
Yes,
So
amazing weather. I mean,
yeah,
only places it's gonna be rainy is País Vasco,
yeah,
Galicia, like Bilbao, the north part, like you said. But these are, you hit the nail on the head. This is
yeah.
exactly why I love living in Spain. And we can see that across all the other European countries, but Spain is just such a favorite. So can you tell me, how hard is it to learn Spanish? And
Yeah.
what struggles will they have if they
Mhm.
don't learn anything?
Yeah, actually, if you want to move to Spain, you definitely need to learn Spanish. It's not like when you are going to move to Germany or North Europe. No, in the south of Europe, you need to learn the language. If you go to countries like Portugal or Spain, I mean, maybe Portugal, I don't know, but Spain, definitely you need Spanish, because otherwise you will be in your bubble of expats, in your bubble of English-speaking people, and you will not absorb the culture. What happens if you don't absorb the culture? That you have a cultural shock. You will never understand why Spanish people think in this way, the mentality, why they act this way. You will feel lost. Like you will not be able to integrate in the society, and then they will treat you also as a tourist. You know, because this is such a touristic country, you will be treated as a tourist, and you don't like, nobody like that, right? I don't like to be treated as a tourist when I am in another country, especially when you are living there. And what does this mean? That maybe they will charge you more for the apartments, you know, there will be some I don't know how to say, scam, or they will try to do that, because okay, this person doesn't speak Spanish, they don't know. Okay, so actually learning Spanish is crucial if you're gonna move here. I would say that maybe Barcelona would be one city where you don't need it like this, but still, you know, still, because even if we can speak English, if you don't speak Spanish, you will not be part of the society. You cannot go to the doctor. You will depend on someone else all the time, right? So learning the language will reduce this anxiety and will reduce the cultural shock. What is the cultural shock? That you experience when you move to another culture, and first you fall in love because you really, oh wow, these people are so amazing, everything is amazing, right, when you arrive. But then there is a period where you start hating it for no reason, like why these people are always late, why these people touch each other all the time, why these people are so loud. And if you don't learn the language, if you don't observe the culture, you will be stuck in this period of hating the culture. So
Right.
it's actually, the cultural shock has three stages. One, that you fall in love, the other where you hate it, and then when you find the balance. Through all these stages, you need to be learning the language. While you learn the language, you learn the culture. We know that these two things are impossible to separate. So that's why it's very important. Yeah, You can still survive speaking English. As we know, English is the main language in the world, but it's not the same. It will never be the same. And yeah.
Wow, this is such good insights. I mean, I can relate to that, the tourist life versus actually living there. Tourist life, you're kind of just like la 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 la, walking through the street, and you could be in this imaginary world, and actual living is like the actual things that you get to do on the day-to-day, the administrative, going to the Policía Nacional to renew your permits, getting a driver's license. And so it's just, there's so many things that you get to do in the country that are going to make it difficult if you don't have a Spanish teacher. I've always invested in, I had French teacher when I lived in France for 4 months. I became conversational. Now it's gone because I don't live in France anymore, but I wanted to learn because I wanted to talk to my local neighbors and the people at the restaurant and order properly. So there are so many reasons why. Can you give us like the main fears or struggles that you get in your audience from people who want to live abroad and learn Spanish?
Yeah, as I said, one of the main fears for adults is the age. They think that because they are old or older, they cannot learn. And I said, this is not true at all. I have I have many students from all over the world, and they are all adults, always learn. What you need is the good method and a good learning path, structured, professional. Okay, you cannot learn by yourself. It's very difficult learning from, watching movies. No, this is not like that. It doesn't work like that. You need someone who make this learning path very easy for you, who will make you, you need to learn this first and this next and this, like when you, how to say, subes una escalera, cuando subes una escalera.
Yeah, when you climb up a ladder.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot jump. You need to go like this, right? So this learning path is the most important thing. Sometimes you feel frustrated because you might try to learn by yourself, or because you have a bad experience in the past. This is happening to many, many adults. Like, for example, when I learned English myself at school, the method was so old-fashioned. We couldn't speak in class. We were like silent, and we need to fill the gaps all the time, like only grammar exercises. It was not practical at all. This has changed a lot. And in Spain, the way we teach Spanish, it's very, very modern. I have to say that the method that we are using are very, very modern. Okay, so this has nothing to do with this experience that you might have in high school, learning from this random teacher who doesn't even speak Spanish. I had this kind of teacher too, but I don't blame them. Okay, it's totally fine. But sometimes they traumatize you because it's like, oh no, it's my fault. It's my fault. I'm stupid for languages. But no, it's the methodology. Okay, we were the method they used, or for example, when I studied English, it was so wrong. And that's why I felt like, okay, I will never learn English. Actually, what happened is I learned English later when I met one boyfriend, from New Zealand, and I was very young, and I was speaking with him, and this is how I learned English. I put it into practice, right? Yeah, and he was also a teacher, by the way. But yeah, you cannot learn by filling gaps or doing this kind of boring things that are not also random sentences out of context, not practical at all. You need real dialogues. You need to actually have a learning path that gives you what you will do on the street, that these situations that you will find in the real life, like going to the pharmacy, going to the doctor, as you said before, going to the, I don't know, to talk with the school teacher if you have children. So you need to, actually, it needs to make sense what you are doing in the Spanish course.
Yeah. Well, to touch on that, I'm seeing like some people say, Maribeth said, I took 9 years of Spanish in school and hardly retained anything. And I think it boils down to what method are you in the program that you're in, are you using? And that's what I wanted to ask you. It sounds like we have a lot of adults here, obviously. What methods do you use in your program to help English speakers learn?
So I have created 3 self-paced courses. I have created all the learning path for my students. So they can start from scratch and they can reach an advanced levels with me, with my courses. In my courses, I structure everything in modules, which means that in every module is like, we will talk about a topic, right? For example, let's go shopping. And in this module, you will learn the actual grammar that you need to use when you go shopping, the vocabulary that you need, and then a real conversation, right? So it's like structured in this way and in different situations, daily life situations that you will face when you come to Spain. And not only the language, also the culture. As I said, for example, what will happen if they invite you to a Spanish house? You know, if someone who is Spanish invites you, how should I behave? No, what is normal? For example, should I take my shoes off or not? Should I bring something as a present or not? What should I do? What time should I go? No, because sometimes if you're American, you have dinner very early. Here in Spain, we have dinner between 9 or 10 p.m., as you know. And most of the time, maybe they don't even invite you at home. We are going to go in a bar for tapas, and we will stand up. We will not even sit down. So these kind of things are very important. So I teach them when in my courses too. Not only the language, also the culture and the difference between Spain Spanish and Latin American Spanish. Why? And I have to talk about this because this is very important. People are like, oh, what should I learn, Spain Spanish or Latin American Spanish? In Spain, a lot of people from Latin America are living here. A lot of people from Latin America. We have many Colombian, Mexican, Peruvian, Venezuelan. So it's very diverse. Spain is not only Spanish people, because many immigrants from Latin countries come here because of the language. So you will hear on the street many accents. It's not only one accent. People say, no, I will go to Spain and will speak like that. Yeah, but if you go to the shop and the lady is from the Cuba or Caribbean, she will speak with another accent. And this happens most of the time. You know, people working in restaurants, shops, stores, on the street, they are Latin, they are not even Spanish, they don't speak like me. So I teach these differences so you can be aware of that, right? How is this accent in Spain and in Latin America, like in general? Because we can also not go very in detail. It's huge. As you know, there are many Spanish-speaking countries. But yeah, so all of this is in my courses.
I love that. And to talk about the differences in Spanish, because I think we had a question, you can learn a base Spanish language, like so what Vicky teaches. Obviously, you will still be okay in those other countries when you travel, or if that's where you want to live, you'll still be fine. They just have different words, like you know, to take a cab, tomar un taxi is in Mexico, but in Spain it's coger un taxi. So there's just different like verbs.
Which coger means another thing, bad word in Mexico.
Yeah, that's why I said it, because it's kind of funny. Like coger un taxi, if you said that to somebody in Latin America, they might like laugh or like look at it weird. But you know these differences. That's the thing.
And this is funny, and this makes it more interesting, right? So we don't need to focus on we don't need to put, how to say, like the focus so close. No, it's not so important. Like the language is the same. We communicate with each other perfectly. We don't have problems, okay? And then if there is a word that is different, for example, this one in Spain is boli, but in other countries it's pluma, lapicera, virome. So we have, I don't know, 10 different words or 15. Are you going to learn 15 words? No, just learn one and they will understand. I still understand Mexicans, Colombian, Cuban. It doesn't matter. So let's make it simple, because Spanish is very diverse. We cannot make it so complicated. Let's learn one. It doesn't matter, and then we understand each other. And as I said, don't think that in Spain you will only find Spanish people. This is totally not true. It's full of Latin people and from different countries, not only from one country. So very diverse. Especially.
Yeah, and then Jill says, if I know Latin Spanish, but I want to move to Spain. Yes, you'll be fine, Jill. You'll just learn the new words in Spain,
Yeah.
like vale means okay. They don't say that in other places. Vale, vale. They say that
Yeah.
every
And in Argentina, they say dale. And, you know, it doesn't matter because these are details. It's like when I speak English. Do you understand my English? My English is not American, it's not British, it's nothing. It's Spanish, okay? Do you understand me? Sure. So let's
right.
make it more, you know, let's make it more simple that it actually is. Don't make a problem where it doesn't. Because I get this question a lot. Oh, what should I learn? They're so worried. Don't worry, don't worry. We
Don't worry.
understand each other's details. The language is exactly the same. It's one language. It's not
Yeah.
different language.
Love that. So I want to open it up for live Q&A since we're in the last 5 minutes of the interview. Before while you guys are dropping your questions in the chat, we do have a free gift for the audience. So Vicky, did you want to talk about your free
Yes.
gift?
Yes, as I said before, I have 3 different courses. If you are wondering how you can start learning Spanish or how should you do it, I have created that for you. So I offer to you a €100 discount in my courses if you want to grab this opportunity for the people who are here today. So my self-paced courses include, as I said, video lessons that you can do whatever you want at your own pace, and exercises, a private student community where you can share your learning process with other students, and access to the conversation room where you can practice actually speaking with other students, and my daily support. So actually it's a very, very good learning path because it's structured and you will never get lost. You always know what to study next and what you need to do. It's not like you will be lost trying to find. And then now that it's summer is the best moment to grab this opportunity because you can learn while you are at the beach. So you just open the platform and you have everything there, so you can enjoy your vacations and still learn Spanish.
Yes. And what I love about this is you have a beginner, intermediate, and advanced. I think they can opt for all 3 of them if they want. They can get the package
The bundle,
or
yeah.
the individual ones.
Exactly. And yeah, actually, if you are not sure about your Spanish level, I give you the possibility to try the and just let me know. And if it's not appropriate, I will move you, you know, so it's not a problem about the level. So yeah.
I love that you have the conversations. This is so important. Whenever I've learned languages, especially Spanish and French, having those like conversations with like the other students and practicing, that's what I love most about your course is like the community.
Exactly, because sometimes it's like, okay, I will not practice. No, you will do practice, but it's also up to you because you need to know that when you are an adult, you need to take responsibility of your learning process too. It's not like, okay, the teacher will do everything. So we need to understand that when we want to have results, we need also to commit a little bit and say, okay, I will do this. And this type of course gives you the possibility to have this consistency, and this which is very, very important. Like, for example, 10 minutes a day. I will access to the course, even if it's 10 minutes a day, but regularly. So this is very important. Persistency, consistency, to create a habit and then to actually have results. So yeah.
Love it. Now, okay, so I dropped that free gift. So those of you that want to enroll in the Spanish class, I believe there might be a guide on there as well. Can you tell us your final secrets, Vicky, your final secret for those that are on the fence? They are considering moving abroad in the next 12 months. What's your final secret to help them move forward?
I would say that, yeah, it's not a secret, but it's a I don't know, a sentence that I would like, an inspirational sentence that I was thinking, like, actually, language, what is a language? The language is a key that will let you open the door for a new culture, okay, for your new life. So actually, if you are planning to move to another country, the language will give you this key to open this learning experience, so this full experience. If you don't have this key, you cannot open this experience 100%. So don't need to be afraid. You can do it. It doesn't matter, as I said, how old you are. It doesn't matter. You can still do it if you have the right approach, the right method, and that's it.
Amazing. Okay, and then do you have anything else you'd want to share about? Let's see. Did you see any questions in here? Let's check on here. You guys, feel free to ask a question. We have a couple minutes. I'm trying to find Diana, who is our next expert. Diana, can you send me a chat message because I can't find you in the list of the audience? Diana, if you could send me a direct message so I can bring you up on the
Look,
screen.
here someone says that Spanish speakers speak so fast. This is actually true. We speak so fast compared, they did a research in the University of Lyon comparing the main languages, not all the languages, but the main languages like English, French, Spanish, the biggest languages in the world, and Russian, German. And then they discovered that actually Spanish has more syllable per second than English. So it means that we speak faster. So it's, yeah, they compare different languages and our languages is faster than English. And that's why the main struggle for students is understanding. But for that, you need just to be exposed to the language. The more exposure, the better. That's it. There is no secret. Just listen, 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 listen.
Perfect. Well, thank you so
Thank you
much,
very much.
Vicky. And I'm so excited that there's so many people here that want to move to Spain and that want to learn Spanish. It's so, I just love it so much. And the thing you said, I think my takeaway too about this chat was one thing that you said that maybe other people didn't understand yet is the personality that changes when you speak another language. It is so cool. The way that I am now, oh my gosh, when I'm in Spain talking in Spanish, I'm like this whole other person and like my mannerisms, and it's just fun to be able to move into this new energy. So that is awaiting for you guys as you're on your language journey. I will drop her link in the chat again so you guys can claim this gift that Vicky is generously giving to you for her courses. They're both here in this link, and so excited to have you, Vicky. And this is, I wanted to introduce you to Diana. Diana is we're gonna have a Portuguese legal chat now. So she's right next to you in the neighboring country.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
And thank you very
Nice
much.
to meet you.
Amazing. Well,
Much for inviting me here. It was a pleasure. So
yes, it's so good to see you, Vicky. See you in Barcelona this summer.
see you there.
We'll
Bye.
have a café con leche.
Yes, we'll
Okay.
do that.
We're gonna do
Bye.
that. Okay, bye. Hey, Diana, how are you?
Hello, Shawna. How are you? Nice, very nice. Well, yeah.
I was gonna say muito bem.
Muito bem. Yes, muito obrigada. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here and to talk a little about Portugal and the way that people can come and enjoy the country.
Yes, and I'm so excited for this chat. I would like for everybody who wants to move to Portugal, can you drop Portugal in the chat? Diana, I don't know if you've been here the past like hour and a half, but we have people that want to move to a lot of different countries. They are deciding right now. And that's why I'm so excited about this chat, because Portugal is one of the easiest countries to move to today. Some of the least financial requirements, and you can get citizenship in 5 years. And that's why I was like, I need to have Diana come. She's with Lexity Law. So Lexity is a very, very well-known boutique legal firm. They actually consult for many different countries. We're going to have your colleague on tomorrow to talk about the Greece visa options.
Yes.
So I'm so excited for this chat. You guys definitely are going to want to, if you haven't done this already, feel free to upgrade to get the replay. I'm going to drop the upgrade link in the chat. And yeah, Diana, can you kind of talk a little bit more? Give me an intro to you. Where do you live in Portugal? And kind of like your story first before we jump into the juicy details.
Okay, so it's a pleasure. Well, first of all, I'm a lawyer, okay? We are a law firm that acts essentially in the field of immigration and nationalities, helping clients to live abroad and to live their dreams. So I'm from Porto. I live in Porto. I'm a lawyer like for 15 years, more or less. Yes, and for the last 7 years, I'm working with immigration law, and it was where I find my passion here in the field of law. So I'm very happy to be part of this great team at Lexity. It's like our client. So I met people around world across world because of my colleagues are like from Mexico, for example, for Greece. So it's very nice to know that you are working with so many different people, different cultures, and this is in fact the great opportunity. So I'm very happy to be part of that.
Yeah, and if you guys could drop in the chat for Diana to see where everybody is from, where do you currently live? We have people from everywhere, Diana. United States, Canada, some people
Brazil,
in Latin American.
maybe. Yeah.
So,
Oh,
look, we have
yes.
Seattle, Houston, New York, Spokane, Washington. A lot of
Finland.
Yeah, very cool. So, why Portugal? Why are we seeing, and specifically because there are a lot of Americans here from the United States and Canada. Why are we seeing so many people choosing Portugal?
Shawna, this week I had a meeting with a client that became a client this week with us, and he told me something that it makes me think about that. It was like in Portugal, he traveled around Europe and he loves Portugal. He was in love with Portugal. And why? Because we have a kind of culture that we have everything around the place where you are living. So you can go out and have a nice coffee shop, and you have a supermarket, you have a pharmacy. So everything is super near. You have everything in the city. So I'm not talking about the requirements or citizenship. Of course, everyone knows about that, but the way that we live, this is in fact important and different. The touch of the people, the contact. I think this is something that it's very important to pass to our clients, and the way that we like to receive people in our country, and helping them to set up a new life. So I think makes me feel that in fact other people are seeing what really matters, in your daily basis. I think that this is super important. Then you have it's not a huge country, but you have everything here. So if you want to go to the mountains and you are in the for example at the beach, it will be more or less, I don't know, 3 hours, 4 hours you have. So if you want a warmer weather, you know that you can go to Algarve. You are in the north of Portugal, but you want to spend some days at the beach. So you can go to the Algarve, and from the north to the south, it's more or less, again, 5 hours, 6 hours. So it's very good. I spend always 1 week in Algarve every year. So for me, it's very important I love a beach and sun and good weather. So Algarve is a perfect place to go. But if you want then to have a charm city when the people is super. You can feel that super warmer, and to I don't know, the environment, it's different, it's more cozy. You can go to Porto.
Yes.
It's my place, my city.
For
So
sure.
I will defend.
Oh, I love
But
Porto, Diana. It's
yes,
beautiful. It is so beautiful. And it's like the picture perfect. It's not like a huge city. It's
no,
perfect size. I love Porto.
yeah,
Obsessed. I
it's
just can't tell. The other thing, we're gonna talk about the visas now, but I wanted to
okay.
add, somebody just commented, Debbie, thank you so much for sharing. She said, I moved from USA to Portugal for safety. She says the USA is crazy. Also in the US,
Yeah,
she's financially lower class. In Portugal, she's now middle class. So I think that this is amazing. I agree. This is one of the reasons why I left and moved to Europe, is because the safety is, I mean, unparalleled, you know,
yeah,
and we're not going to get into that so much, but I share a lot of content on my Instagram about this, the safety. I mean, we're not seeing these school shootings happening over there. Like, kids are not dying in schools. I'm just saying, this is huge. As a woman, you can walk around at night from the metro home in a dark alley. It's totally fine. You
yeah.
know,
Here it's super normal,
super normal.
and yeah, super
Can't do that in
normal.
LA, Diana, by the way. Not possible. So let's talk about the Can we talk about the visa options that Americans have? Can we talk first about the one that's most popular, which is the passive income visa?
Yes, it's the most. Yes, we can start talking about D7, and then I can introduce the difference between D7 and D8, digital nomad, because they are very similar. So then I can jump in the digital nomad. But D7 is in fact the most popular, and even if you are working and if you have this passive income, you can in fact apply for the D7. So the requirements of the D7, I will start with the financial requirements. The financial, you need to prove periodically passive income, 820 euros per month. Could be rent, could be dividends, could be interests, could be pensions. So this is for the main applicant. You can bring your family if you want at the same time. Of course, not all family, but spouse, children, parents, you can bring them with you at the same time as a companion member family. So, and if you bring family, you should prove as well the financial requirements for them. For the spouse will be and a half of the amount of the main applicant, 410. And then for the children, minor will be 246. This amount that I'm mentioning here is according to the minimum wage salary in Portugal. This means that next year, when we have the updates of the minimum wage salary, the amount will change. Okay.
Yeah.
A part of that, you should have a Portuguese bank account. To have a Portuguese bank account, you need an IF. This is the Portuguese tax number. But we can help you with all the process. You don't need to come to Portugal to obtain the Portuguese tax number, then to open a bank account. We can do it by on your behalf to make the things easier for the clients. And you need to open a bank account because you need to prove a minimum of subsistence in Portugal for 1 year, which is 12 times the minimum wage salary. So it will be 9,840 euros for the main applicant. And then if you bring family, the same. So and a half of this amount for the spouse, and 2,456 for the children. I think that it's correct, but it's 30% of the total amount for the main applicant.
For children, Diana, is that, so you said 50% for spouse and then
and 30%, yes, for the children, minor, okay? Minor.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people think that they can bring like their older children that are over 18. Not possible, right?
They can. No, they can, but they need to prove that they are financially dependent on them or the main applicant. Okay. So, for example, the child, it's not a child, but the son or daughter is enrolled in a university. So, and the parents are paying the fees. It's possible, proving, for example, that the parents are paying this kind of fees. For example, it's one of the examples. Or they still live together. They will come, and the son or daughter will study here. So you have a lot of examples. This is the financial requirements. Then you need to prove as well accommodation for 1 year. Okay, it's not, well, it depends. We advise 1 year, and this is what it's the consulates usually they ask for 1 year, but we have some consulates that we use to work very often in US, for example, that they accept less than this, for example, 6 months, and an Airbnb. Why it's so important to have someone that can work with people in this kind of processes? Because we know, or it's supposed for us to help the clients to know this kind of things, the tricky things, that the law says one thing, and then you can apply other, or you can have the process easier if you know very well how you can work with the consulates. Okay, so this is very important because each consulate has this own way to work the processes. So it's very confusing. Even for us, we need to be asking all the time new updates. So now what you understand about this or that? So it's always the same. But if the person who they need help to find a place to live, we can introduce to our real estate agencies that usually works with us to help find a place. Yeah. We have in Porto, we have in Lisbon.
Can we talk about that really quick, Diana? Can we talk about the housing part? For those of you that are looking to move to Portugal, part of this, all the visas, pretty much, you need to have housing. You need to have
accommodation. Yeah.
Yes, the accommodation. And this is the part that probably takes people the longest. It's the hardest. Can you talk about that for a second, Diana, before we move on to the D8, which is the digital nomad visa? Tell me about how hard it is to get housing, and like, do you have any recommended tips for finding the 12-month lease?
So what usually we do is to introduce our partners. They know us very well, the way that we work, so we can introduce and they can help our clients to find a property. Or you can search on the internet, like Idealista, it's the most common, and it's okay. Idealista, it's okay. Of course, if you want, we can help as well with the lease agreement, which is very good to see before the submission of the application. It's very, very important for the client and for us to know about this kind of thing. So it's a tip as well. So before signing, if you can send to the lawyer, that will be very good, because you make sure that everything is correct. But essentially don't forget that you need 1 year of lease agreement but in fact, you don't need to be there for 1 year, and you don't need to pay for 1 year. The law says that you can, the law of the lease, to lease a property, to rent a property, says that in 1 year, you just need to be, or to be a tenant for 4 months, 6 months. Okay, so 4 months, then you can send a letter to cancel the contract, and more 2 months there, and then you can leave. So it's very important. 1 year, but you don't need to stay. If you don't like, you don't need to stay there for 1 year. And this is the law. It's what the law says. So it's another tip. Even if you is thinking about, you can go and cancel the contract before the time. Okay.
Super important, because like a lot of people that have come on the summit before, and like my students that I've helped have them move to these different countries, I always advise that they get a lawyer to look over the contract, because you want to make sure it's like sound, and you obviously don't want to sign a contract that's in another language without having somebody approve that and say, okay, sign this. So that's really important. Can we talk about the D8, which is the digital nomad visa? Can somebody tell me if you're planning on doing digital nomad visa, which is the D8, or the D7, which is the passive income visa? So we kind of know. And then, let's talk about the digital nomad visa.
Okay, so digital nomad. First thing, all the general requirements are the same. Okay, so I will just mention the financial requirement about the type of income, because this is the difference between the 7 and the 8. Okay, so with the D8, you need to prove that you have an active income. So you are freelance, you are a contractor, you have a contract employment that allows you to work remotely. You can apply for the D8 if you prove that you have 4 times the minimum wage salary in Portugal for in average for the last 3 months before the application. That means that you need to prove 3,280 euros per month during the last 3 months before the appointment at the consulate. So how you can prove that you can work remotely? If you are an employee, you can simply have a declaration from the company saying this person is allowed to work remotely. It's enough. You have the contract, you have this, you can prove the amount of the income with the pay slips, and it's enough. If you are a contractor, it's always better if you can get a service agreement with your clients. Doesn't need to be like a lot of clients, but one or another that it's important, that gives you this income to fulfill the requirement, and then you can have this service agreement saying that you work in your place, no need to come to the company, so you can work remotely because you are a freelancer. So and here the service agreements are important as well, because you have the amount that you work, and also the invoices saying that you need to saying that the amount that you are earning per month regarding the active income. So this is the main difference. You need to prove active, don't forget, and 3,280 this year, and contracts, pay slips, invoices, declaration from the company, and it's enough.
Awesome. And now we're getting some questions, and feel free, guys, to keep asking your questions, and we'll get to to those throughout the interview. One person asked, let me see, Amia, hey Amia, she asked me, can you be a self-employed stock trader? She trades stocks.
Well, if she earns per month an amount of passive income, she doesn't need to do anything to earn an amount of income. So she can apply. But we need to be very clear. We need to see, I'm sorry, this is passive because I had a client with this situation, and I advised to go through the D7 because this could be a passive income. An active income, we need to prove, like I said, that the person earns this amount, and this is from her work. So must have a contract, and you don't have a contract with this kind of activity in principle. I don't know the particular situation, but we can analyze. If she wants, she can book a call with us. We have a free consultation call of 15 minutes. So I think it's an opportunity to discuss this.
Oh, so by the way,
Yes.
I'm dropping the free gift here. This is the free gift. If you click on the link, and then you can book a free consult with them. And then there is a 10% discount for when you want to decide to work with Lexity. And it's you comment or you put in the discount code area Summit 10, and you will get 10% off. But they do the free call. So go ahead and that's the link there for the free gift. Okay, what else about the digital nomad? Let's see. Same requirements. The finding the housing is the same. The NIF tax number and the bank account is the same. The only difference is showing that remote work income versus the passive. Some other people can. So what if people have the passive income and they're also working? Are you advising to apply for the D8, the digital nomad? If they have, what if they have both?
If they have the amount enough to apply for the D7, I would advise D7. Why? Because it's the most common. The consulates are very used to work with this kind of visa, so they know very well. And with the D8, they still have some questions about the income, about the what you can consider as a salary from an active income, you know. So it's at this moment, if the applicant has the two type of income, I would advise to go through the D7.
Okay, I love that. There is a case though that happened, and I'd love to ask you about this. Where somebody has the requirements, she fit the requirements for the passive income, but on her intention letter, so her motivation letter, she put that she's working for a company, and it made them shift her over to D8 digital nomad visa. So is the recommendation
could happen?
Is it recommended then in the intention motivation letter not to disclose too much and to just say, hey, I'm planning on living my life out in Portugal on my retirement passive income money, and don't go into too many details that, hey, I also run this business that's web design, making this, because then of course they're going to ask now to see that, right?
Yeah, totally right. Actually, this motivation letter, this is part of our work, because we want to make sure exactly this. So, but it happened that then they go to the consulate or the VFS, and then they say something about the active income, and this happened even if you don't put in the motivation letter. So my advice is, you have all the documents. We prepare a file, a digital file, where you can find all the documents that you need to bring with you for the appointment. Sometimes it's more than what they ask, or they request. Why? Because we don't know. One person can ask more than other. So we always play for the safe and having all the information of the client to make sure that the visa is approved. It's our main goal here.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a couple minutes left with you here. Can you talk? Vanya is asking a question. Can you speak a little about the current time frames for getting visas and interviews? Her understanding is that you can only leave Portugal once while waiting for the interviews after you've moved there on the initial temporary visa. She's concerned that she may need to come back to the US. Can you kind of just walk us through the time frames from applying and then yeah.
From US, it's very it's simple because it's simpler because the passport allows to come and leave the country. Okay, so if the person has a visa residence, it's valid for 4 months with 2 entries and 2 leaves, okay, of the country. And also they have the opportunity to use the passport. So they can come and return to US without problems with the visa. The person has 2 entries and 2 leaves of the I'm sorry.
I understand Portuguese. My husband used to live in Brazil. What's the word?
Okay. No, it's even in Portuguese. It's like stuff in my mind about what I'm saying because I'm worried with the time because it's 6
no
and I
worries.
know that.
Oh, it's okay. I'm bringing Rachel on now, but you can finish what you're saying.
Okay, so they have the opportunity to leave 2 times. Okay, with the visa residence, and then they have the passport that allows to be in the country for 90 days or outside of US. So they always can use that. So this is different of another situation, which is during the validity of the card, the residence card that the people will obtain after the visa residence, that in principle the applicant must stay or can leave Portugal for 6 months consecutive or 8 months interpolated. But if they need to leave the country for family reasons, professional reasons, they can without any problem. Okay, so they need to justify that. And
Awesome.
this is my last comment.
Thank you, Diana, so much for being here with us. And if you guys want to schedule that free consult, I dropped the free gift in the chat. And it was so great to have you. Good to see you, Diana.
It was a great pleasure to be here and to talk to you a little and with these people to talk about Portugal. So looking forward to receive the contacts, and I will be very pleased to help.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much and talk soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey, Rachel, how are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I love hosting this event. It's so fun. There's so much energy. I think everybody's just so excited to make this move abroad. And there's so many people here that have said they want to do digital nomad visas. So I'm really excited about our chat. How's everything in the UK?
Yeah, it's good. The sun is shining for once.
Okay.
For once.
So finally good weather.
Pardon?
What, finally good weather?
Yeah, finally. Today. It'll probably rain tomorrow. But yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for being here. Before we jump into the interview, I just wanted to let everybody know there is a raffle that I'm hosting. If I just dropped the link in the chat. So there's first place and second place and third place prizes for those that stay on the summit the whole time. So basically, if you're here at the end of day 2, I'll be announcing the winners there. So I dropped that in the chat. And then I'm so excited to introduce our next speaker, Rachel Green, who's also a good friend of mine. She's the founder of Wow Mom, and she's also a business mentor. So our chat today is about how to create an online business. I think a lot of you are talking, I've seen throughout the day, like some people want to work part-time, some people want to generate that income so that they can qualify for these digital nomad visas. If that is you, can you please drop me in the chat if you're curious in how to find remote work / generate remote work for yourself, because that is what we're going to be diving into today. And I just want to say thank you so much for being here. So Rachel teaches people how to run a business from the comfort of their home. This is through being like a virtual assistant or being a social media manager, and pretty much how you can launch, grow, and scale your business so you can live this life of freedom. I've learned so much from Rachel. I myself actually do some social media management as well as I do web design. So everything that Rachel's talking about today, like, please gobble it all up because it's good stuff. So Rachel, thank you so much. Can you talk to me about how can people start a VA business from anywhere? And what do you do to do that?
Oh my God, it's one of the easiest and simplest businesses, online businesses to start, because there's no like entry to barrier. There's no barrier because you don't need like qualifications, you don't need to go back to school, you don't need a degree or anything like that. So there really is no barrier to entry, which means that, and it's easy for me to say, but if you really wanted to, you could, start an online business tomorrow and using the skills that you already have. And you might be thinking, oh, I don't have any skills, but I 100% bet that you do. And you can use the skills and you can offer it as a service to other business owners. So it might be that you love social media, maybe you're on it all the time, you might as well get paid for it. Maybe you have done like a website for a friend or help someone, then you have those skills. Or maybe you've just like organized a party or a wedding or a baby shower or something like that. Those are skills that you can still transfer into a service that business owners will want. There is like literally, I think I've got like over 100+ services that you can offer, and these are all things that you can learn more about, but you already have some skills within you. And one of the easiest things that we love to talk about here is the social media management, because it's just not like every business. I was going to say it's so easy, but it like you have to work for it. It's not like something that you just wake up next week and you've got 100 clients knocking at your door. Like, it's any online business, you have to work for it. And if you see anyone else saying, oh yeah, it's really easy, you just pick up your phone for 2 hours or 10 minutes a day and you're making thousands and thousands, that's not true. But it is such a great business to do from anywhere in the world, because really all you need is like a laptop, phone, and good Wi-Fi. And I know that's quite easy, but like that is literally all you need.
I totally agree. And it's so beautiful, like what you can create when you just put your mind to it. And I know you cover this part. I think this is the biggest thing that holds people back is the mindset and the imposter syndrome. Oh, but when I started my web design agency, which I also do the social media management, of course, those thoughts came in of, who am I? I don't know what I'm doing, but I just taught myself. You learn as you go. And that's what's so beautiful about this space is like, you don't have to be an expert yet. You will get there. And like, I know you tell your students a lot about that. Like, can we kind of jump into that area?
Absolutely.
Because I know this is coming up in people's minds. Like,
yeah, if anyone is from what I've said so far, if anyone is thinking, oh my God, well, I don't even know where to begin or how to start, or I don't think I've got any skills, just put me in the chat, because I'd love to see it. Because I would say, like, I've taught like hundreds, if not thousands, through our kind of free and paid stuff. And I say like 100% of them, all of them have these doubts to begin with, and they wonder whether they can do it, and kind of fear takes over. And it's all these kind of annoying little mind monkeys in your brain just trying to put the defense kind of mechanisms up and say, actually, just go back to your comfort zone and just carry on doing the same thing that you've been doing for 20 years. And that I think is even more scary. And if we can kind of start telling ourselves a different story and building it up gradually, taking those little baby steps, you will become more confident in your beliefs that you can actually succeed in the online world. Like, I know, Shawna, you said you were worried about starting a business. I was. So I started out as a VA 6 years ago now, and I was scared. I was going to swear then, but I was really, really scared. And you know, I didn't know whether I'd find clients, whether I could make it work, if anyone would want to work with me. Like, and I, you know, back then I was really introverted, shy. But you just have to take these little steps. And I would very much say to anyone, like, what do you really, really want out of your life? Like, what is it? Like, if you want to go and travel and live anywhere in the world and rock up on the beach and start working, then that's possible. Like, why wouldn't it be? So just taking the first kind of little steps will really give you that confidence boost. So when you start, you know, talking about your business and what you're going to do to family and friends, and then maybe you get your first kind of client, that's going to give you a massive confidence boost. And it's just these kind of little baby steps. And you know, you'll be wondering what you worried about a couple of years down the line. You'll be like sitting here going, oh my God, oh, it's nothing to worry about. Oh, Shawna, you're muted for some reason.
Sorry about that. I had a cold, so I was like blowing my nose. What I was gonna say is, yeah, you're gonna definitely look in the future and be like, that was so silly. Why, you know, these fears are all real and you can move past them. So I'm happy we touched on that. So what has like created a job from the comfort of your home? Because you were exactly where everybody's at. What has this brought to your life? I mean, I know you guys travel, you have kids, you're traveling around Europe and other countries all the time. Like, what else has this brought into your life?
It's just like, you know, I do have two small kids, so one's 9 and one's 7. So it just gives you like that flexibility. It gives you the freedom. It allows you to do really what you want when you want. And yeah, luckily over the last 2-3 years, I've been to places that I would have never thought that I would ever have been able to go to. So last year we went to Thailand. Well, I went to Thailand, Marrakesh. Like, I've traveled quite a bit on my own, like in masterminds and stuff, which has been amazing and something that I would never have done if I hadn't started the business in the first place. And it just gives you that flexibility. So if you want freedom, you want that flexibility, you want to control your own schedule, you want more money, you don't want to be working for someone where your income is restricted and you can't get a pay rise, like, then this is definitely something for you. And if you want that kind of digital nomad lifestyle, then the online business world is like amazing. It does have some of its flaws, but generally it's an amazing place to be. And it's so easy now. Like, everything is so accessible. Like, you know, just finding clients and things like that, you could do it online. Like, it's not like you have to I don't know I know a lot of you are in the US, I think. We have something called the Yellow Pages, which is like a telephone directory. Like, in the old days, we would have had to like ring up everyone and like try to sell ourselves. We don't have to do that anymore because we can just connect with people on social media. That part of it is just so super simple. So it is, like I said earlier, it's one of the easiest online businesses to start. And really, it's probably 80% of it is to do with your mindset, and 20% is just the other stuff that goes alongside that. But, you know, I teach. Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was going to ask, like, some people are confused with virtual assistant and like social media management. Can you kind of walk us through what is that and like what are they doing in a day? Like, I know you have hundreds of students you've helped, and probably thousands that have gone through your program. And I actually know some of them because I've done some of their websites, which is amazing. Yeah. So kind of walk us through, like, what is the day-to-day of a virtual assistant or
so like what we do, so we help people become VAs, which can be a number of things. It can be admin related, so it could be organizing emails, diary management. It could be that you're really good at you really love researching things and you love going on the internet and finding things out, that you like a service provider. So for example, it might be that a business owner wants you to do some podcast research because they want to be on a podcast and they want to go and, you know, try and get themselves in front of more people. So you'll be, you know, if you're into that, then you might be researching these different podcasts and seeing which one's the best fit. It might be that you love website design, or you're really creative, or you're a really good writer, or you like data, or you love social media. So we have kind of two things. So we have a membership that helps people to become virtual assistants. And then we also have a course which actually helps you to become a social media manager, because again, that's something that's very easy to get into. If you're, you know, on social media, for example, what you'd be doing for a business would be doing some of the graphics that you might see. Like, you'll probably scroll through Instagram and you'll be seeing some of the posts, well, someone's creating those posts, so you'd be creating some of the graphics, the posts, the copy, which is the text that goes alongside it. You might be replying to comments, you might be replying to DMs, you might be doing some analytics, so you're looking at like the data at the end of the month, see what's working well, what's not working well. And then you might be doing some engagement, which just means that you are looking at your followers' posts and you're just interacting with them. So you can start off quite, you know, basic. It might be that you love design and you're going to focus on just providing graphics, and maybe you're actually are just going to schedule some stuff. So a business owner is going to give you a load of stuff and you're going to schedule it for them. So that's kind of the social media manager role. And then sometimes we have people who don't want to do that, but they are more interested in event management or something. Maybe they've got some expertise in organizing stuff, so that they would then go and help business owners to organize events, send out invites, sort out accommodation, book venues, that kind of thing. Or it might be doing just like general admin, like the diary, email management, might be setting appointments, might be booking hotels. Or what's really popular is a lifestyle VA, which is also like helping maybe families with their kind of managing their life, basically. So imagine if you had let's say a really busy kind of female entrepreneur, maybe she was jet setting all over the world, maybe she was really high up in her career, she had a family at home, she can't organize it all. You might be looking after her travel, but also organizing the whole household and stuff as well. So there's so much variety, there really is. And it just depends on what experience you have, what strengths you have, and what you love to do as well. There's always something that you can find in the VA space. A virtual assistant, it's kind of the beginning of everything, because you kind of decide what you want to do, and it might be general admin to begin with, but actually a couple of months down the line, it might be, actually, I really love podcast management, so I'm actually going to help business owners with their podcast management. Or it might be helping Shawna run an event. Like, it, you know, it could be literally anything. So okay. Yeah, there's a massive variety.
Let me tell everybody how powerful the virtual assistant space is. I currently have 4 virtual assistants that do different things, that are specialized in different things. Okay. So Francesco is my virtual assistant. He lives in Barcelona. We're really good friends. He does all the graphics that you saw for this event. He did those. Okay. How much does he charge me for this event? I think I probably paid him with all the edits. And he also helped me organize my show notes. So right now I have on my left show notes that have all the experts, their bios, the questions I'm going to ask them, the links to their websites, the links to their free gift. He put that together. I think I probably paid him $700 to $1,000 for that, for this summit. Now I'm being completely transparent because I want to show you how like lucrative this can be, and like what you can expect on for little jobs, like monthly work. Something else, I had a gig running an influencer's Instagram. And he's actually a freelance coach. I was doing 30 minutes of community management every day on his Instagram. That's responding to comments, responding to messages. That's it. And posting. Okay. I was getting paid $700 a month for that. So I was charging that, this was like 3 years ago. I was charging $50 an hour to just manage his Instagram. And it actually got a little bit boring. So I decided to move on to some other clients. But it's so, I don't want to say it's easy, but yeah, it's easy. So I just wanted to share what you can be making from doing some of these tasks. And
Yeah,
Rachel,
one of our members has just got her first 5K month, and that's in pounds, so that's probably about $6,500 for this month. So she, you know, the sky's the limit again. Like if you want to earn 10K a month, then you can. You've obviously got to start at the beginning and then like work your way through. But if you want to start specializing in a certain area for a certain type of industry, that you can make more money. Or it might be that you want to create an agency where you have other people within your team, within your business doing the work, so you just manage the clients. You can do that from anywhere in the world. It might be that you want to actually offer a membership or do digital courses or things like that. This all kind of leads on to that, and you can really like ramp up, like you can create a 6-figure business if that's something that you want to do in the future.
Yeah, I love that. So can you kind of tell us what are the main struggles you see people have when they're starting their business, particularly in this virtual assistant like management space? And how can they like shift it? What are the solutions like that you'd give from those main struggles?
I mean, one of the things is probably like the mindset. So, you know, getting over that, but not just getting over it, but just working on yourself. If you are someone who struggles with low confidence or self-belief, then, you know, it's okay. There's a lot of people that do. And if you just take those baby steps, so it might be, you know, you're going to decide what services you're going to offer. It might be that you are going to do your email signature. It might be that you're going to create a Facebook page. These are all little baby steps that will help you build up that confidence. They're all kind of little mini wins. So I always say, like, write down your little wins, because that's going to build up your confidence. Another thing is finding clients is another area that we really help people focus on, because it's obviously you need to find clients in order to make money. So like I said, you know, LinkedIn is a fabulous place to find clients. Facebook groups is another place. Instagram is another place. We can also do some online working or online networking, for example, or if you are in a location, you can do some face-to-face networking. Even like people that you already know is also another great way to get a quick client. And that's not just selling your services to them, it's about talking to them and telling them what you're doing, because you never know who they know. So finding clients is like an area that obviously you'll need to do. And I think, you know, once you get your first client, the others kind of trickle in a lot faster. So you would have to kind of work on that. You will have to go and start connecting with people and engaging with them, etc. So those are kind of a few little things that I would definitely consider. But like things like, you don't need to have loads of stuff in place before you get started. You can really like literally launch your business tomorrow just by putting in a few simple steps, which might be deciding what you're going to offer, would be a first one, who you want to work with, like your ideal person who you're going to work with, and then getting a professional email signature, thinking about a business name, and you can literally get going with those little things. And you just start talking to people and having conversations with people and telling people what you're doing and getting that awareness around it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's lots of people in our membership who have got clients quite easily just from putting a post out on their Facebook personal profile, or just telling a family friend and getting referrals that way. So, you know, it sometimes it takes longer. It's not like one of these get quick rich schemes. It's not. It takes work, but it's a long-term thing, you know, it's for your future. And yeah, it's amazing.
I agree. And I'm seeing a lot of questions come in. So if y'all have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. But I'd love to, because I know a lot of these questions are actually going to be answered on your free 5-day training to start your online business. I'm going to drop that in the chat just because I know so many people are asking the same question. Can you tell me about this free gift, which is the 5-day training?
Yeah, so this is one of our amazing, obviously I'm biased, but we give you so much, we give so much away, like, and it's a 5-day training, and this one is specifically teaching you how to become a social media manager. So actually after the 5 days, you're going to confidently know how you can start that online business. And we're going to teach you exactly what you need to get started. We're going to teach you exactly how to find clients. I give so much away, and it's like a step-by-step process. It's very kind of methodical because we want you to take action as well. So if you can kind of take some action over those 5 days, then that's really going to help you kind of have that momentum. And after the 5 days, you're going to walk away feeling completely motivated, inspired. You're going to know exactly what you need to do to create this amazing online business for you, for your family, so that you can travel if you want to travel. You can do whatever you want. You can control your own schedule. It's done in a Facebook group, private Facebook group. There's little videos each day where I teach you what to do, and then in the evenings I go live, answer all of your questions. I'm not one of these people who just kind of tell you what to do. We actually show you how to do it. It's really valuable, and it starts on the 8th of July. Which is Monday, so it's not too far away, and I'd love to have you on it. It's completely free and it's amazing. Like we've done, I don't know, we've done these for years now, and we've got, you know, loads of results from people just doing this 5-day training, being a completely booked out social media manager. If you don't know really what a social media manager does, then that's fine. We're going to show you exactly what it involves, but it is one of the easiest online businesses to start. It's a lot of fun, flexible. If you're passionate about a certain industry or you have a hobby, you can actually do your social media around that industry, which is super cool as well. So come and join us. It's amazing. Oh, you're muted again.
Sorry,
It's okay.
I keep forgetting that I'm turning it off. I'm so excited that you're offering that, and I would definitely like gobble this up, jump into the free training. You're going to learn a lot, and it's going to catapult your VA or your social media business. It's all about setting the habits. Like you have to start. I mean, it's so, the hardest part is starting. And then once you've started, it just keeps going. And, you know, habits take, they say 21 days. I've also heard 30 days. We all kind of know now it's like 21 days to form a habit. Get started with the 5 days and then just keep it going, because you're going to get,
just keep going. And we tell you like what to do like each day. There's a little workbook as well, so you can take that away and you can work through that at your own time. But like it helps people to get started and become fully booked out just from what I'm going to teach you over those 5 days. And yeah, it's really kind of friendly. We have people from all over the world in it as well. So I am located in the UK, but we have people from all sorts of different countries, a lot from the US, South Africa, Australia, Europe, everywhere. So come and kind of absorb my knowledge and come and take my brain over the 5 days, because I answer all of your questions, and I encourage a lot of questions, because that's how you're going to learn as well. And yeah, super cool.
So I have some questions coming in. Jill is an American in the USA now, but her goal is to work digital nomad in the country that she owns a safari company in, which is Tanzania, so that she can be there and build up the safari company. But she doesn't have the confidence to be able to get good internet and Wi-Fi connection that's feasible there in Tanzania. Like, do you have any tips for her? That is like her country that she wants to live in, obviously, because she has the company. What would you suggest with the Wi-Fi issue thing?
I mean, you obviously need Wi-Fi to kind of work with clients and things like that. But I would say that even if is it like intermittent, do you have some Wi-Fi? If you do, then as long as you have something, then you can still work in that area, as long as you've got some kind of Wi-Fi. If you've got none whatsoever, it would probably be more difficult, unless you're going to work with kind of local businesses and you can get out and you can talk to them. But if you've got something, then that's absolutely fine. You can work with that. There's always solutions around any problem. That's what I think anyway. If there's a problem, there's always a workaround. There's always a way around it, for sure. So I wouldn't make that put you off just because you've got not the greatest Wi-Fi in the world. But as long as you've got some.
I lived in India for 3 months and there were power outages, just like what you're saying. And what I made sure was that my Airbnb had, when the power outage went out in the town, they had a backup generator which automatically fired, and the Wi-Fi never went off.
Yeah,
So
that's good.
Airbnb.
That's a good point, because we have a lot of students in South Africa and they have these blackouts a lot. And they have backup generators to help them get through that kind of that thing. So if you do have that, then that will obviously help as well. So don't let it stop you if it's something that you're interested in.
Yeah, and then also people are commenting too. Starlink is available in quite a few African countries. So let's move on to another question. MC is asking any advice for how to move to a different clientele. She's had a successful business, but don't like the work and has been trying to get through. Wait, I've been able to get through the clients I have. It sounds like she wants to move to a different space or like niche, different clients.
Or like what I would say, like with an online business, like in order to grow a business that you love, you need to be able to work. You want to work with clients that you love, because there's no point working with bad clients or ones that you really aren't happy and you don't enjoy the work. So I mean, it sounds like, I don't know if it's the clients that you don't like or the work itself. It might be a bit of a mixture. If it's the clients, then I would probably have a conversation with them and say, hey, look, I've been looking at my business and I feel that actually we don't align for what I want to happen in the future for my business. But I can recommend someone else, if you can recommend someone else, or you can just say, look, you know, best wishes, I just don't think that we're suitable fit for the future of my business, and you just have to get rid of them. You know, it might be easier said than done, but if you're not enjoying the work and you wake up and you're miserable, then it's just not worth it. And then I would probably sit down and think about, well, actually, what kind of clients do I love to work with? Who isn't it, you know, what kind of values do they have? What's their work ethic? What kind of business do they have? Because that's something that we do with our people, is we very much look at them and focus on who do you want to work with, and we, you know, it's the ideal client, and actually kind of looking my fire alarm's going off, looking at exactly who you want to work with is really, really important, so that you don't get to this position where you're, you know, you've got clients that perhaps you don't love, because we never want to do that. And be in that position. So if you do have them, I would suggest that you really have a serious think about how to kind of get them out of your business, and go and find ones that you actually do love to work with, because it's going to make your life a lot easier and happier.
Yeah, and you can always just always up your rate too. If the ones that you're not really enjoying, up your
just
rate,
double your rate, and then they're probably
up your rate, see if they bite, and then maybe it might make you want to stay working with them. And then if not, it's a polite way to say, okay, sorry, we can't work with each other. It sounds like you want to make a shift. So I would just like come to this free 5-day training, guys. I mean, this is going to really help. I'm going to drop it in the chat again.
I think it's like day 2 that we talk about your ideal client, and really kind of getting into the nitty-gritty about who it is that you love to work with.
Right. It's very important to nail down the ideal client, because if you don't, that's like when you go on Instagram accounts and Facebook groups, like Rachel, can you drop your Facebook group actually in the chat? Because I think I might have an old link, but Rachel has grown multiple Facebook groups to like, I don't even know how many thousands of people you have in these Facebook groups, but that's how I met Rachel. We met.
Yeah, I think this one's 5,000. I'll get it up for you, and I will drop it in here off, because I know we're coming to the kind of end of our slot. But yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll drop it in now and just get it out for you. And
thank you so much for being with us, and take advantage of that free gift, guys. And Rachel, do you have any last parting? What's a final secret for those on the fence about making their move and starting their business in the next 12 months?
I would say get out of your head and go for it, because if you truly want to change your circumstances, change your lifestyle, then you're going to have to get out of your comfort zone and make that change. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck where you are right now. And what's kind of scarier? Staying stuck where you are now, or completely transforming your life into something wonderful that you and your family will cherish and enjoy forever.
Yes. Very well said. Thank you so much, Rachel. And I will see you on the next summit. And it was so great to have you. Thanks for being here.
It was so a pleasure, always a pleasure to be here. So thank you ever so much for having me. And I hope that some of you will come and join us in July.
Awesome. Yeah, join the July 8th free gift. And see you soon, Rachel.
I'll see you soon. Bye.
Hey, Shan, how are you? Good to see you.
Hi, I'm happy to be here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
It's so great to have you again, because I remember you came on for all of y'all who didn't know, the first summit I did, which was last January 2023. Shan, I believe you opened up the summit for that one. So it's so great.
Did I? Yeah, I remember it was bright and early. I can remember that.
It was bright and early. I'm so excited to have you again. And for all of you listening, so excited for this chat. We're going to chat a little bit about real estate, how to find a bargain home abroad. Shannon is the founder of a very popular Instagram account called Bargain Homes Abroad. By the way, you've grown so much. Kudos. That is amazing. I've been following your journey this whole time, and it's just amazing what you've been creating and the information you've been sharing with all of us is so I just appreciate it. And obviously how you're impacting so many people's lives. I saw the story you shared of the person that sent that message about how this has helped her throughout the rough time she's been having.
Yeah. Messages like that just like breathe new life into what I'm doing. So I was very, very touched. And if it was basically a couple of years ago, I did kind of not even a training, a chat like this with an immigration lawyer who deals with helping Americans get or foreign nationals get citizenship in Italy. And apparently this woman saw it years ago. I think it was maybe 2 years ago, and she was battling cancer at the time, and it inspired her, and she talked to her family, and now she's in the middle of actually getting her Italian citizenship, all because of that. And I had no idea until last week. I got an email out of the blue, and she just said, "I can't thank you enough for that interview. It inspired me, and here's where I'm at." And so that just little things like that just kind of make you smile and make you feel good, and it's impacting people's lives when you don't even know it. It's just really important. So
that's so awesome. And yeah, thanks so much for everything. So I wanted to give you a proper intro. So Shan is are you a left coast native? So you're
I am. I'm in
Coast.
California, but I've been on the West Coast my whole life. I was born and raised in Seattle.
Okay, cool.
And now I'm in California.
And Shan's a professional bargain hunter and lifelong dreamer. So for those of you trying to find your dream properties in Europe, you're in the right place and you're on the right session. Not only does she curate affordable homes in the most romantic European locations, she dedicates herself to showing others how to truly get the dream home and showing you that the dream of buying or moving abroad is actually very possible regardless of your budget. So without further ado, Shan, welcome. And could you kind of give us like kind of a background, like how did you get into this? And how did you start Bargain Homes Abroad?
So I'm coming up on my 4-year anniversary, actually. So I've always loved, ever since the first time I went to Europe, I've always just been drawn to it, for lack of a better term. But I would, everywhere I go, actually, I always look at real estate and like, trying to imagine myself, could I live here? And then look at the real estate and either go, well, I could never afford it, or actually I could really afford it. So anytime I would travel, I would come home, and working in my corporate job that I absolutely hated, it was like soul suck. I'd, go down the rabbit hole of the internet searches and look and find all of these amazing properties in places that I've visited, and really kind of just was a dreamer. And I'd share it with my friends at the time, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, cool," but they didn't really get it, right? Like they're like, "Okay, are you gonna move there? Or what's the deal? Like, why are you sharing this?" So anyway, fast forward to 4 years ago. It was summer, and we all remember 4 years ago. It was the height of the COVID pandemic. It was summer. No one was taking their kind of normal summer vacations, and And I really found myself kind of going down that rabbit hole again, just constantly, and looking at homes and really thinking and reevaluating my lifestyle. For me, this is purely selfish at first. And you know, my husband, my son was still in high school, and I was looking at my husband's a teacher and he was going to be retiring soon. I was like, there's gotta be more. I want to get out of him. Like I'm, you know, I've lived on the left coast my whole life, the west coast of the US. But I've always had that dream of moving. And I was like, this could be possible. And so one day it just hit me that I was going to start an Instagram. I'd have a background in kind of marketing and graphics, and I'm a photographer. So I would take the homes that I found, put a pretty graphics kind of, and then share them just randomly on Instagram. And I started an account, and lo and behold, it took off. Like, I was not alone in this kind of reevaluating my life and what's out there to see what's out there. So, you know, long story short, it's 4 years later, and Bargain Homes Abroad is thriving and doing very well. And it really just, it's kind of more like a community. I share homes that I find, and I really have a certain aesthetic. I like very old world style, classic, you know, the stone walls, exposed stone, the wood beam ceilings, the artisan tile, those kind of things. So I'm for some of them aren't exactly, you know, they're not modern, they're new, they're not practical, they're not the boxes that we all live in in suburbia. So it's just a totally different aesthetic than what people are used to in their everyday lives. So yeah. Oh, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I keep doing that. Shannon,
I do it all the time.
I do have to let everybody know I've had a cold the past 2 weeks, so I'm occasionally having to go on mute. So sorry about that.
No
So can you kind of tell us how hard is it finding a home and also purchasing in Europe, and what has your experience been, or like experience from people that are in BHA Plus, which is your premium service to show you guys all the curated pics?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of a very broad question. So I'll start with, first of all, for anyone who's not familiar with Bargain Homes Abroad, I know you have the word abroad in the term, but I focus on Europe. And I focus mainly in a handful of countries that really have been the most popular and kind of in-demand countries. So for anyone who's interested, it's usually Italy, France, Spain, Portugal. I throw some UK and Ireland in there, as well as some Swedish homes. And occasionally I'll find homes outside of that, but those are really the main homes that I focus on. The homes on the internet, it's very different. And I know you have people from all over the world here. And I'm coming through a lens of an American or North American. And what we have in the United States is an MLS, or a multiple listing service, right? So we're very used to going to Zillow or Realtor.com, searching for homes and being able to see homes from all over anywhere listed by any agent. But you have your buyer's agent, and that buyer's agent, the person that you're working with, typically can get you into any home that you want, right? It's very different in Europe. So in Europe, for the most part, and then I'll speak in generalities, for the most part, you have an agent who acts, he's basically, he or she, they list the home, and that's who you have to contact in order to get any information about that home, or to see the home, review it, or anything like that. So you don't have an agent who can get you in. It's not like you can just go around and kind of, you know, spend a day of seeing 4 different houses or anything like that. So it's very specific and it's very segmented. There are websites that actually, you know, aggregate listings, but again, it's very localized and it's very individualized by agent. So it is, when you're getting down to being more serious and actually want to see a house, it can be very time consuming. It can be very labor intensive for the buyer themselves. So I'll just say that. There was another train of thought and now I forget. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much like what your experience has been like with people that have gone through BHA Plus, in like finding their dream home. And yeah, some of those like differences between the US and Europe, what can they kind of expect to run into?
Yeah. So what I show on the Instagram account is it's kind of the tip of the iceberg. It's the grammable homes. It's the photos they're beautiful and you can see things. What is on the membership is everything I find, everything I curate, still the same aesthetic, but maybe the photos are a little blurry, or it's just not quite, it's not grammable, right? So there's really, I want to say 10% of maybe less of what I find and share with my members is actually on Instagram. But Instagram gives you a good feel of kind of what I look for. The challenge with, again, besides the listings, it's just a very different, your expectations have to be very different when you go and you purchase abroad. Financing is difficult. Let's face it. If you're a foreign buyer, don't expect to go and put 5% down and get financing either through a local bank or anything like that. For the most part, and this is why specifically I was looking for bargain homes. And bargain is, the sweet spot is really 150,000 or less euro, which sometimes I'll go up to 250 euro. But really that sweet spot is under that because a lot of people I know have to pay cash. And kind of, originally when I was looking, I was looking under 100,000 euro because, who has 500,000 euro lying around I know I don't. So that's one of the differences is really you have to think through and do a lot of research on how you're going to finance this property. Are you going to take out a HELOC? Are you going to use savings? Are you going to cash out a 401k? Do you have that cash reserve? Do you, there's different, I'm not saying financing is impossible, but it is very difficult. And there's a lot of hoops that you have to go through that you wouldn't normally have to go through as, in the US or I assume Canada. So that's one difference. And you're looking at, again, in the bargain category, you're looking at smaller rooms. You're not going to have the typical American kitchen where you're used to the big refrigerator. There's a lot of different little nuances that you're going to either have to decide whether, is it worth it for you? Can you live with that? Whether it's having one bathroom for as many bedrooms as you have, or not having a laundry room, or all the kind of, and not having a dryer, a clothes dryer, we take that for granted here. And it's especially in Southern Europe, it's just not, you don't need one. You don't want to use that energy. You also have to think a lot about how you're going to, the energy costs that go into it. So you may have a bargain home, but it's not going to have, double insulated windows. It's not going to have, it's going to have a different heat source. So you have to really think through, you might be moving somewhere where the cost of living is a lot less as far as food and everyday kind of necessities, but does that get offset by, heating costs or oil costs or, whatever. So yeah, there's a lot to really think about, stairs are one, you're there's a lot of stairs and they're very steep, and a lot of people that come to me are, getting up there. I'm getting up there and I'm thinking, I want to, there's a lot of questions around, well, I don't know if I could go up and down stairs, because a lot of, especially in Italy, you see a lot of the top, they call them top to bottom homes. So you have literally 3 or 4 stories of living space, but that's a lot of stairs every day. Or, alternatively, there's a lot of apartments that come up, right? And, I'm looking in older buildings, so there's not probably going to be an elevator. So you have to think of, if you have something on the 3rd or 4th floor, you're going to be trekking up and down every day. So there's just, little things that might be a nuisance, but, if that's what you want, then just think about it. So.
Yeah. And I feel like there's always a solution. And that's kind of what's great about the searches you do is you're showing so many different options. I have that experience of when I lived in Barcelona, I lived in 4 different apartments. One time I was only paying 280 euro for rent. I was on the top floor. So it was 6th floor. I didn't have to work out. I mean, my supermarket shopping, that I had probably gained a lot of muscle because I had to
absolutely
grocery store items up 6 floors. And something to note, yes, in these countries, it gets very cold in the winter.
It does.
Spain specifically gets very cold in the winter. I do have to have the heating on a lot. My heating costs, my heating bills are anywhere between 200 to 400 euro per month in the winter, but that's because my other costs are pretty low and I don't really care
Right.
about paying that. The way that the homes and the apartments are built, it's just really not built for the cold. Now, Germany and Netherlands, on the other hand, like it's a lot
Sure.
warmer inside of the building. So do you see a lot of people like getting renovations after, like when they've gone with one of the homes that you've recommended? Are you seeing a lot of people doing those kind of like renovations to have better insulation, changing the windows out?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, that's definitely something that people should think about, especially like the insulation and the windows. I see more cosmetic changes, and again, I'm not an agent, and I just kind of want to put that out there. I don't have relationships or affiliations with any agents, so people who do buy houses, sometimes they'll let me know, sometimes they don't. You know, I don't know. But I have seen some really cool cosmetic changes, but that's usually what it is, because for the most part, other than I don't try to find a lot of fixers. I mean, occasionally I'll find one that I just see the bones and I can, you know, like my imagination goes wild and I have to share it. But for the most part, I try to find ones that are updated and to a certain degree, and won't require a lot of additional money in flux, I guess. Because I know I'm very conscious about, you know, people have a certain budget, and again, with paying cash for the house, like you're going to pay, you know, 60,000 euro. Do you really want to put another 40,000 euro into it? It's nice to have just kind of a move in. And again, a lot of people, some are, you know, buying this to eventually move into, some are moving in right away, and some are actually buying, you know, places that they can use part of the year and really and use it more as a vacation home / maybe an income earner where they are, you know, ready to get out locally or whatever. So there's all different kinds. It's the whole spectrum of buyers is what I'm working with.
And then what are kind of like some tips you have for folks that are like on their like search process, their purchase process? I know somebody recently just wrote in the chat, I don't know if you saw that, Shannon, but he said, Phil, I'm trying to scroll up. He said that he had like 17. Oh, here it is. We saw 17 properties in 4 days, virtually all within one neighborhood. And 15 of the 17 they saw with a different agent, meaning that you make an appointment individually with those brokers.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is legitimately crazy. And I will also put the caveat in there is, you know, when you go and search online through the major portals or even local websites, that's only a tip of the iceberg of what's actually on the market. If you know the area that you want to look in, or even if you're traveling, you'll see Savanda if you're in France, or you'll see signs, right? Sometimes handwritten signs with a telephone or WhatsApp. And those aren't even listed online. Those are like, there's, you know, I wouldn't even venture to guess, or it's through word of mouth. Like you'll go and be talking to somebody. Oh, I know a cousin who has a place in this town and it's not listed, but it's for sale. But you know, it's like, the biggest tip I can give really is, one, do some research ahead of time. Like if you know the area you want to be in, great, then you know you're ahead of the game. If you don't know the area you want to be in, at least try and settle for what country you want to be in, so that you can kind of narrow it down and go through resources, join Facebook groups of people who have bought, owners, and reach out to other people. I would say, once you kind of narrow down the area that you want to be in, again, spend a lot of time there, and don't just look online, but look and talk to people locally, get to know kind of the community. You'll get, like, they call them whisper listings, really, like that no one knows about kind of thing. That is very common. Or, you know, just walk around and look at signs, right? Like it's, and have a good, if you don't speak the language, have a good translation app so that you can reach out to the agent. Please, please, please. This is a big tip. Reach out to agents or owners in the language that they speak, even if you don't speak it. Google Translate isn't the best, but I can't stress enough, like, please, even if you're putting in the message, I don't speak Italian, this is translated, but it's, you know, you'll be more likely to get a response from someone if you're, you know, reaching out, at least having the courtesy to reach out in their native language. Also, when you find a listing, a lot of times emails aren't answered as much as if you can get their WhatsApp, that's kind of the common way for them to return. Don't be surprised if you don't hear back for a week, 2 weeks. It's it's a different pace. It's not it's sometimes the response time can be a little bit longer. If you're looking in the summer, don't go in. I do not recommend going in August because a lot of the countries shut down. You will not get a response. They are not working. And it'd be a waste of time if you're actually going there to find a place and see them and do that. So that's another tip. Yeah, did that help?
Yeah. No, that's all good. Another
Okay.
misconception that I wanted to add here is like you buying a property in Europe doesn't guarantee residency. And so there's
Absolutely.
tricks with like Italy, for example, like you want to get your residency permit with having a rental, like a lease. That's the recommended route. For most of these countries, like if you've never lived there, you should go test the waters first. Like I wouldn't, if your goal is to live there, I would recommend you get a rental, process your residency application. And then when you're there and you're actually able to check out the neighborhoods, then buy. And then with that bank account set up and everything, you're now able to set up the bank account because you have residency. That's the recommended route. So get the rental first and make sure you like it. And then check out all of the beautiful listings that Shan has on BHA Plus. And you can, drive around the country looking and seeing at the areas you want to potentially live in for these bargain prices. So can you talk just a little bit about BHA Plus? I am going to drop, you have a free gift, which is the property resource guide. If you could touch on that, and then also what BHA Plus is.
Yeah, absolutely. So the property resource guide is a free guide to anyone who subscribes to our free email list. And that is basically, over the years, I have accumulated a database of hundreds of websites that are resources and have listings online for the various countries. So the resource guide is kind of a condensed list of, I want to say around less than 100, right around 100 recommended real estate websites, and I do for 5 countries. So it's the ones that I mentioned. I think it's Ireland, and then I do Italy, Spain, France, Portugal. Those are the main websites that I highly recommend. Like that's the place to start for people who just want to start looking online. Once you're ready to take the next step, whether you're kind of dreaming about the future and want to see what's out there, or you really are kind of getting more serious and want to see what I curate, there's the BHA Plus membership. Again, that's where I curate all the listings that I find in countries, and I put them on a kind of a password protected website with links directly to wherever the source that I found them. I'm not an agent. I don't have any direct relations with agents. I want to keep it that way. So there's kind of that full transparency, like that it's, I'm not making commissions for sales or anything like that. These are strictly homes that I find that I see the potential, that I love, that I want to share with other people. And then kind of the onus is on them. As part of the BHA Plus membership, there's also kind of a resource of a library of some interviews with people who have moved, with some professionals. I'd like to kind of build that out and be a little bit more robust in the coming year, but there are some resources in there that people can go back and watch those interviews. But yeah, it's a monthly subscription. It's really kind of for anyone who is either dreaming about it and wants to see kind of what's out there to kind of spark that interest, or again, wants to get more serious and wants to kind of link over if they find something interesting and reach out to the seller themselves.
Amazing. Now, Shan, as you know, I'm hosting this event till 1 p.m. I need to go to the ladies' room. Can you go ahead and answer actually, I have a question for you, and then there's going to be a couple questions that we have in the chat. But
okay,
can you share your final words of wisdom for people that are on the fence or overwhelmed about, finding their property, purchasing their property, and then I will literally be back in 1 minute.
Yeah, absolutely. So words of wisdom. Gosh, well, spoiler alert, as I talked about it before, I was still in California. I haven't found my dream home yet. And my husband's still working. So I have not purchased, I get this question all the time. I have not purchased a home abroad, but I have talked to many people who have. The biggest thing that I would say is really just do as much due diligence and research as you can. Talk to as many people as you can. Again, join Facebook groups of buyers, whether expat or local. and really just and spend time in the place that you want to purchase in. I do know people who have purchased sight unseen through listings, and you know, kudos to them. I'm a little more I couldn't do that, but I need to see it, feel it. I'm very tactile. But I would say spend as much time as you can, go and see properties, you know, go with your gut too, trust your gut instinct. So yeah, I guess that's the best piece of advice. So I will go through some questions in here. Why is the country shut down? Countries shut down in August. Not all, but many countries, Italy included, they shut down for the month of August. Basically, it's holiday. It's hot. And everybody goes on holiday, and businesses literally shut down, except for you know, like local, probably touristy ones that stay open. But that's very, very common.
Yeah, more like mom and pop type businesses, or like even a small. I worked for a company that made like these when I was in Spain. They make like the street signaling and like those barriers that are like the bike lane. Like they were like the main person that like supplies that for Spain. They were completely shut down. Like I believe the factory too. I'm not 100%, but I was in the office, like the main office. We were shut down. So
yeah, it's, I mean, again, that's the whole lifestyle thing, right? Like part of the reason why you're looking to move to Europe is really kind of that lifestyle of, it's common to shut down. It's common to have 6 to 8 weeks of, time off a year. It's like, that's part of the culture. So get used to it, right? Like that's going to be your initiation. But
and are you planning on moving? I know you said your husband retired. Are you?
Not yet.
Oh, he hasn't retired yet. Are you
not yet? So
moving soon?
It's still in the cards. We don't know yet. It's really dependent upon where we decide to live. And 4 years ago, I was gung-ho. I'm like, I'm ready to get out of here. I'm still ready to get out of here. But at the same time, I have 2 grandbabies now who are in the States. And so it's going to be really hard to, leave them 100% of the time. So like, ideally my lifestyle would be, part of the year in the United States, part of the year somewhere in a country in Europe. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much. What else? Do we have any other questions? Let's see. I know you probably answered a couple. How do we get the list of real estate links? Well, I know in the free gift you'll have those, and then BHA Plus, I believe you share like the listing. So I feel like that would be a really great thing for you to jump in on. I think it's like what, $12 a month?
It's $12 a month, and if somebody wants to do an annual, then they save $2 a month, and it's $120. I also do a monthly newsletter that has a few properties in it that I share every month, so that if that's like you're not ready to take the leap, go to my website. It's www.bargainhomesabroad.co. And there's information there. You can subscribe to the email list. Again, as when you subscribe to the free email list, you get that free property search. But if you want links to listings, or you want to learn more information about certain homes that I have curated on Instagram, I will say that the ones that I curate on Instagram, I always cite the source. So anyone can do a quick Google search for the source and find the home. I don't hide that information. A lot of people do. But again, if they want immediately, or those are usually what I put on Instagram, or at least a few days, if not a few weeks, after I put them on my member website. So they may or not be still available. Usually they're still available when I post them on Instagram, but I can't guarantee they're going to last very long. So yeah.
Okay, another question. How quick do these homes get gobbled up? Because I know you post a lot, and then I'm a member of BHA Plus, so I get all of your updated like pics, as well as like all the past recordings from all the interviews you've had with experts. How quick would you say? I know there's not like an exact time, but just like average. It's a really great property.
It really depends. It depends on the market. It depends on the country. Some of them will get gobbled up. Like I literally posted one, found it, was listed, and it was gone 2 days later. So it really just depends. Some of them stay on the market for months, for years. I see some that are like cycled through. So it really kind of just depends. It's hard to say. I would say the ones that are really like top notch. Like you'll tell, you can, when you see the homes, you'll tell which ones are going to go fast and which ones aren't, because one, they're a great price point. Two, they're in an area that's well populated or well connected. Some of the homes aren't, you know, they're cheap, so they're going to be in small villages or whatever. But I also wanted to also point out that I do occasionally find rentals as well, and feature rentals. I don't focus a lot of time on it, but if anybody was asking that question, I didn't see in the chat, but you know, like you recommended, if they want to rent before they buy anywhere, I do try and source some rentals as well.
Yeah, which is honestly like great, because people don't know if they're gonna like a place.
Yeah.
So awesome. Is there anything else you want to add on to, like, you know, to help people? Any final tips you want to share before we jump off?
No, I mean, I think that's it really. I, you know, if anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I love hearing from people and where they're looking and why they're looking. But no, that's about it. You know, if you're on the fence, do your research and do it.
Yeah, love it. And then I put your email in here. I'm gonna drop your free gift one more time. It's the property research guide. And you can, the link here is to join BHI Plus, which is the membership. And oh yeah, last question I did see in here. Houseboats. Do you have houseboats on there? Because I know that that's like a random place to live.
It is random, but I do find them. And when I do find them, I absolutely feature them. There's a lot of narrow boats that are really cool in the Netherlands and in the UK. But yeah, I have occasionally featured narrow boats and houseboats and stuff too. If I find them and they're in the right sweet spot for price and don't require a lot of work, and you know, it can help people kind of think about alternative lifestyle things, tiny homes, whatever. Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Shan.
Yeah, thank you.
So great to have you again. And I wanted to introduce you to Gina Henry. She is just Miss Global Traveler, and she helps people learn how to travel, but also how to remote work. She helps people relocate. So yeah, awesome.
Well, think about Kerala in India, in southwestern India, because we lived on houseboats when we were there.
You did.
So if you're talking about, you know, houseboats, that would be, I think, a great place to live. We even had internet, believe it or not. I don't know how, but we did.
That sounds amazing.
Uh-huh.
Well, Gina, so great to see you. How are you today?
I'm good. It was wonderful running into you in the Miami airport. Thank you for having me.
What a crazy story. You guys have to hear this story. So I'm running to catch my flight from, what was it, LA to Miami. And Gina is coming back from a group trip, because Gina hosts group trips and all sorts of really cool things. And we just met because I was trying to find my gate, and she was saying, oh, I don't remember exactly what you said, but you had like a 9-hour layover because you were coming back.
I was coming home from the Galapagos Islands. And so, yeah, I had a lovely 9-hour layover, and there was nothing open in the airport. Neither of us could find even a cup of coffee. Nothing was open from midnight till 4:30 in the morning. Nothing was open.
Right.
Missed opportunity, Miami airport.
Right. We were trying to find food, and we kind of ran into each other. She goes, oh, I'm just coming back from a trip to the Galapagos, because I teach people how to travel, and I as well host group trips. And she has all these classes. And I'm like, wait a second, you do? I go, I have a moving abroad company. And we just like clicked right in the middle of the hallway of the terminal.
It was perfect. It was perfect. And it helped pass the lovely hours that we had to be stuck. So
yeah. And then
I like airports. I mean, I do like airports because you do meet really great people.
You do. I mean, look what has landed in our lap now. I was like, basically, Gina, I'm hosting a virtual summit. I would love for you to be on there. And then we like exchanged business cards. We chatted for about 20 minutes, and then I had to run off to my flight. But this is what the beautiful thing about travel, what it brings to your life. And I know a lot of us, Gina, I don't know if you've been here for a couple hours like me.
I've been watching since you started this morning. It's been fascinating. I went back through the 2023 summit and watched almost every one of your videos, and all the people you talk to are fascinating. And I think one thing I want to tell people is that we all have people in our life who don't love to travel, So these forms are very important for us because we need people who love to travel, because that's what feeds me. I mean, my goal is to see the entire planet, and that takes time, money, effort, everything else. And there aren't always people in your life that appreciate that.
Yeah. And I just want to give you a proper intro. So our chat right now is talking about living abroad, making money, and living your travel dream. It all starts from travel. So regardless of if you do want to live abroad, like traveling is going to open you up to that. And Gina is a professional full-time traveler. So I saw in the chat, there were a couple people that asked about moving around to different locations. Gina does live sometimes more permanently in places, but we will touch on how to do that and some of her insights from these countries that she's been in. She's lived in Latin America as well as Asia, and all her life she wanted to do was travel, and that is pretty much me. And you wanted to see the world, explore cultures, meet people, and learn. And basically, she teaches like how to have this travel lifestyle, how to sustainably make money and live this travel dream, and also while going on vacation.
And slip in, slip out, because you do have family. And like the last speaker was talking about her grandchildren, you do have parents, like in your case, we have people in our life that we just need to see every once in a while. So I like that slip in, slip out.
Yeah,
They don't really notice you're gone.
Right. That's really interesting. And can you kind of elaborate kind of like on your background, how you got into and what you do really?
Right.
Because I know you do so many things.
Yeah, right. And one thing kind of leads to another thing too, which is I want to encourage people is just get started, because something will lead to something else, to something else, to something else. And so, I mean, my background, like all of our families, we were taught to be responsible. Finished school. After my master's program, I went on to, I'm from a small town in the Midwest. So I went to New York City and I worked on Madison Avenue in advertising. And everybody said that was the perfect life. And then I started realizing, like many of us, that we're marketing things and doing things that we're not really, this is not our thing. And so it's like, what do I want my life to go down as? And what makes me happy? And so I took a year off and traveled for a year, and I had a lot of reward points, because that's back when, all the American Airlines back in 1981, all of them started their frequent flyer programs. I had a ton of reward points and hotel points and things like that. And that's one of the classes that I teach, because I love the travel hacking. I know you had one speaker back in 2023 who had a great program on reward points. And so she was fun to listen to. So anyway, I started traveling for 1 year. I gave myself $10,000. And I said, when I run out of that money, I have to go back to work, get back into my career, settle down, be what they all tell us we're supposed to do. And so anyway, I came home with almost all that money in my bank account, because I started teaching English. I started working in tourism, and I wasn't spending the money. And so then groups started asking me to teach classes on how to travel free. And I started doing that. And I was working for about 100 universities around the US. And then we had the lovely thing of COVID. So I was doing all of my classes, in person. And then COVID hit. And so everything switched to online. And I love it. Now I can teach, like my last classes I taught when I was in Thailand. And everybody has favorite places they love to go. My plan is to see the entire planet. I'm up to 101 countries, all 50 states too. So I mean, the goal is you got to see, the country you live in as well. But the whole thing is that I want to see the entire world. And I really do think that you're a student, you're learning, you're staying young. It's very, very important. But Thailand, I fell in love with. So I keep going back there. And I lead a tour there every year, and one to Cambodia, because I have a sponsor daughter in Cambodia and my 3 grandkids. And so anyway, just grandkids are still expensive, even when they're in another country. Okay, just in case anybody wonders. But anyway, they're lovely. And so anyway, so I go back over there every year, and then I started a volunteer teach English program there. But the whole thing is that one thing leads to another. So just get started. So I think my number one tip would be take your research trip and just get yourself on that plane and go where it is that you think you might want to live and see what progresses. Now, ideally, if you have some friends there, that helps. Like next month, I'm leaving to go to Spain. I have a friend from the US who has bought 2 houses in Spain. They were like $65,000, $70,000 to buy in Spain. And
Wow.
she loves it there. She's lived abroad for about the last 20 years. And she just, that's where she wants to live. So the whole thing is that the US is expensive. Great, come home, see your family, see your friends, but I like that slip in, slip out. And then, start with, we all need to make money. That's, responsible. Plus, even when I retire, I still like making money. It's fun. So the whole idea is, what do you do to, what do you love to do? And I love to help people figure out how to travel as much as they want. And especially baby boomers, that's my big market right now. And the idea is that they have time and they have money, and they not maybe so much money, but they have time. And that's more important than money, is to have the time. And so the idea is, where do they want to go? What do they want to do? They have a lot of talent to offer the world. So let's, get ourselves traveling and let's go. And so there are lots of volunteer opportunities out there. I mean, I don't promote ones that charge you $3,000 or $4,000 for 2 weeks. I try to go for the ones that make it basically free for you, because you're offering your talent and your skill. And so it's anyway, there's a lot out there in the world, and there's so many people that you can help. I love coming home, but I always love leaving. And then number one tip, people are always saying to me they hate to pack. So very important, never unpack. You come home from your trip, replace the toiletries, launder the clothes, stick them all back in the bag, you're ready to go again. So that one is off your list.
Love that. I should do that, because I feel like I don't do that.
You're probably never home. Yeah. You're never wherever.
It's because I guess it's because our place is so small in both Spain and LA that, I mean, I guess I could just still shove it under in the same storage place, just filled. That is such a good tip.
Well, and then you're never reinventing the wheel. The idea that you have to do something twice, like house cleaning. What's that?
Yeah, that's funny. Okay, so this
Yeah.
is really interesting. So there's obviously volunteer opportunities for people to like go see places, because most people don't know where they want to move to. Some people do know. If you guys could tell us if you're unsure, write unsure in the chat and tell us what countries you're considering. Gina has probably been there. What are the main 2 countries or main territories you travel and stay long-term in?
I like flexibility. So if I go to a new country and I've never been there before, I like to enter with my ticket, my airline ticket entering. I'll have an airline ticket leaving, but I know what the change policy is. So if I really like the country, I will stay there longer. And then I will say, okay, I want to come back here. I mean, I will tell you, the countries that are more expensive, I go faster. The countries that are more affordable, I slow down. I was in Goa in India a month ago, and I'm on the beach, and I'm sitting there in a little hotel restaurant overlooking the ocean and the sunset, and this guy's walking his Brahma cow down the beach. I mean, you don't see that every day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was in Goa.
Right. Goa was great. Yeah, Goa was great. And I mean, it just, and that was a place that people used to go to, way back in the 60s and 70s, and just their parents had to come get them come home because it was so affordable. It's still beautiful. It's still beautiful. And all of India, there's so much there. The previous speaker that was talking about the internet, I definitely understand with you that was challenging at times. When I was in Egypt last year, I did not teach classes online because the internet was challenging there as well. Thailand, the land of smiles, nicest people in the world. Chiang Mai, Thailand is one of the most safe places in the world. There was a solo traveler woman talking about safe places to be around the world. It's one of the safest cities on the planet. I mean, I can walk around Chiang Mai, Thailand at 2 o'clock in the morning and I'm fine. So the whole thing is that, safety is important, cost is important, but to me, it's the people that you meet. And Thailand, my heart is in Thailand, the land of smiles. Nicest people in the world. They do everything they can to make you happy. And I've been going there now many, many years, and 30 years. And that's when my guides all said, I was leading tours, the Buddhist temple tours of Thailand. Anyway, they said, can you start a volunteer teach English program? So if what a lot of people don't realize is big cities can get good quality native speaking English teachers, small towns can't, all over the world. This is unlimited opportunity for everybody taking this program. Start a volunteer program, small towns, bring in native English speaking volunteers and help the local schools. And you have to get permission from the school district, but oftentimes that's pretty easy to do. And so you go in, and it's life-changing experience for all of these volunteers. They're very different from tour people. Now, I love tour people too. And years ago, when I was teaching my classes in person, which now because of COVID are now online with Zoom, I realized that I'm very independent, just like you are, Shawna, with your travel. And
Yeah.
like probably a lot of people that are attending this summit. We're very independent. We plan our own trips. But a lot of people out there still want to travel with friends. They still want to, many of them won't even travel unless they book a tour or a cruise, or they go with you, their friend who they trust, and they know that you know the details. So the whole thing is the tour industry is very, very active now, and people are back with a vengeance to travel since COVID. So it's a big, big business. So I just took a group to the Galapagos Islands. My first time to the Galapagos. I've been to Ecuador 4 times, but this was my first time taking a group to the Galapagos. And, the most important thing is to have good vendors, good local guides, things like that. So I have a whole class where I teach people on how to do all of that. But I just,
How to find
people.
You
Yeah.
teach them how to find like the best local guides for these unique
For example, toursbylocals.com, but there are several different websites that you can go to, but toursbylocals.com. And when you go to Gina Henry, and it's Gina, Gina, GinaHenry.com, you'll see on my website everything that I do. So my whole goal is that I'm not playing travel agent. I'm teaching people how to do it themselves. And then they can create whatever life they want around that whole decision. But the first thing is to get that plane ticket, which my travel hacking course, Secrets of Travel Hacking, is a 3-hour class. Get that free plane ticket. The airlines and all the credit cards are giving great sign-up bonuses. Get that free plane ticket, get yourself on that flight, and get there and start doing your research. But and I like working research vacations. I know a lot of people just like to sell everything and take off and move overseas and live overseas. That's fine. But I think that for a lot of people, they need to have that step of the vacation of trying this out. And when I think vacation, it's more than a week. It's, 2, 3, 4 weeks, a couple of months. I personally like 2 months. I think if you're gone for 2 months, you don't really miss a whole lot here at home. You can kind of do that slip in, slip out. And, a couple bills, get challenged, but you can dispute the charges or anything like that. But you can kind of catch back up. I put everything on auto pay, of course. But the whole thing is that, just, get your kind of practice. And you need to be gone for a couple of months because a 1-week vacation is not a real test. Do you really want to live in this place? And you probably need to go there during the bad climate, the good climate. I don't do cold weather well. I was born in Florida. I need hot weather. I need the beach. So just think about, where it is that you want to live. And right now in my life, I live places 3 months at a time, 2 to 3 months at a time. And then I move to the next place and I come home in between trips. So that's kind of how I'm structuring my life. Now, Spain does sound really good, and also Portugal and also Italy and all the speakers that we're talking this morning. So, I mean, I'm thinking, okay, down the road, where do I want to live permanently? Probably it's going to be Thailand. And another good reason about Thailand is very, very good medical People fly in from all over the world to have hip surgeries, heart surgery, their annual physical, everything. The doctors speak English. Many of them studied in the US, Australia, Canada, Europe. So, I mean, the whole idea is that you get very, very good, affordable medical care. And I think that's another thing too, that all of us need to think about, no matter what our age, but definitely as we get older.
Wow. Can you talk to us about Thailand a little bit? Because we haven't heard yet from Thailand. I'm obsessed as well. I think it's my favorite country.
You're gonna love it. Yes. Oh,
It's
you've
my
already been
favorite
there. I know you've been there. Yeah.
Spain and Thailand are my favorite countries by far.
Yeah.
Like Thailand is just so organized. I was shocked because I just did my first Asia trip last year. Dan, my husband, and I did a 6-month travel stint, and we hit 8 countries in 6 months. And the country we stayed the longest in was India, Goa, for 3 months. So affordable.
Great. Okay.
Thailand was also very affordable, a little bit more expensive than India. But can you talk to us about Thailand? How are you planning on like permanently moving there? And do you kind of know the
I
route?
have guides that I've worked with for years, and 2 of them own property around the Chiang Mai, Thailand area, and they're building places for us to live. And they're also in the same situation because they too have had family members, senior, family members that they've had to caretake. And all during COVID, WhatsApp, everybody get on WhatsApp. It's free. You can talk to everybody constantly, email, text, phone calls, video calls, everything else. But we talk constantly. And all during COVID, we're all like comparing stories because I came back to the US because of my 90-year-old parents to kind of help them out during COVID. And so they were in the same situation. And so we've been sharing a lot of information, but I mean, there are already 4 assisted living places in the Chiang Mai area. And I don't know if any of you have assisted family members in assisted living here in the US. It's sad. If you have a job there, it's very hard work. I just don't think they pay people enough, but it's just, this is the final days of people's lives. Let's make it better. So where can we make it better? My choice, Thailand. So the land of smiles, they take really good care of you no matter what. And you have good medical, and it's very, very affordable. It's about 30% the cost of living of the US. And so there are other places that are cheaper, but I think you need to balance out the cost of living with the medical.
Right. And what areas of Thailand did you like best? Lori is asking.
Well, I Chiang Mai, I keep going back to, and then I told you earlier, I'm a beach person. Chiang Mai is far from a beach. So, I mean, I still like going down to Phuket's gotten real touristy. Koh Lanta and Koh Lipi on the southwest coast. Consider going that direction. Koh Samui, Koh Phangan, Koh Tao. Those are islands over on the southeast coast are nice too. But the far southwest coast islands, Koh Lanta and Koh Lipi, are the place to go, I think, right now, as far as investment and things like that. And you're close to the Malaysia border. And both Thailand, Malaysia, I mean, a lot of countries are developing not only that digital nomad visa, but they're also developing a retirement program for people who have that sustainable monthly income like Social Security or pension, where you can go and live. And it makes sense. It's helping their economy. You're paying rent, you're buying groceries, you're going out to eat, you're helping the local people. Hopefully you're volunteering and doing some things like that too. But the whole thing is that it's really helping a lot of countries. And this started before COVID, but COVID really did help to enhance this.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I love all of these insights. And I'm sharing your free gift, by the way.
Okay.
It's a free guide for the best travel credit card. So I put it on my website, and then so you put in your email, and then you're gonna get an email that automatically takes you to her free guide. This is something I'm so big on too, Gina, is people can get abroad. Like there's all these misconceptions about finances, By the way, our next expert is going to be a financial planner who actually helps move abroaders. So that's going to be a really great chat. But there's a lot of misconceptions. Yes, these flights can seem expensive. We're talking anywhere from $500 to $1,500 round trip.
Give me
But
half the cost of your trip.
to get these cards that are that she's recommending, because I got
And-
my trip
And
flight
we
to
have
Dubai.
to, we have to watch our line of credit. We have to watch our credit score. We have to be responsible with all of that stuff, but it's possible to do all of that. So good. You got, I think, the Chase Sapphire card, right?
Yeah, I have the Chase. I got the Chase Sapphire and got like round trip flight to Dubai last year. And that was just amazing. Like it was
Mhm.
completely paid for because of the signing bonus. But you have to, of course, meet like the $4,000. You spend $4,000 in the first 3 months. I just put my rent on it.
Well, and
Yeah.
prepay things. I've never had my car insurance or my electric company or my phone company ever say, I want to pay 6 months out. Are you okay with that? They all say, sure.
Yeah, exactly.
So just advance prepay for things, and that will take care of that $4,000, whatever the spend is on the card. But yes, I mean, it's sweet. There's a conference every year in Chicago. They call it the Chicago Seminar, but they don't even use the word travel in it. But it's the third weekend of every October, and it's wonderful. About 500 of us go, and anyway, I have a group of friends that we go and we meet up and we share our reward credit cards and stuff like that. And then if anybody wants to go to Chiang Mai, Thailand, they have a really great expat community in Chiang Mai, Thailand. And so their email is info@chiangmaiexpat.com. And I'll put that in the chat. And anyway, just they have 3,000 members, and they're very strong with activities, all sorts of things, photography classes, book classes, all sorts of plays that they put together, all sorts of things that they do. But it's a really nice, tight-knit group of people. And I think that any time you go to any foreign country, join the expat group and, get yourself on Facebook, join the meetup groups, all of that. It's nice to have that support, but don't forget to hang out at least half the time with the locals.
Yes, that's so true. Now, we're getting some questions in the chat. Somebody's asking about Bali. Have you been to Bali, and how can you compare that to like Thailand?
Bali is beautiful too. Bali is very, very affordable. I highly, and the people are great there too as well. So I highly recommend Bali, and you can do both trips. You could do Thailand and Bali, same vacation,
Oh,
and
nice.
kind of compare notes.
Do you know if you can, somebody's asking, Tanya's asking, can you rent or buy in Bali? Do you know about that?
Well, you can certainly rent, but I think you can buy property in Bali. I know that you can in Thailand as long as you are buying a condo. If it's physical property, you have to have a local person be 51% owner in Thailand. Bali, I'm not quite sure if that's the case, but Bali is beautiful. I mean, if anybody who saw Eat, Pray, Love, I'm sure they love Bali.
I think Bali we can get back to you, Tanya, but I would just look it up, because it could be similar to Thailand, where you need, I think I saw this recently, where you might need to have somebody in the Bali area as like a co-sponsor or something
And
along those lines.
I think the most important thing too in life is to have people in your life that you can trust. And they say, if you have 5 people in your life that you can really count on, you're a very lucky person. And people think, oh, only 5, but really think about, who in your life can you really count on? And so 2 of my people are people in Thailand, they're Thais. And so you just kind of think about, okay, where would I put my money? Where would I put my time and my effort, and my energy, and legality issues? It would be with those 5 people, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, just start thinking about who those 5 people are in your life. And we have a lot of other people in our life that are wonderful and we love them. But in my case, like my two brothers don't even have passports. So
Yeah.
yeah, we all have that in our life. We have people in our life that just don't really have that drive to travel. And my goal is 200 countries. I've got 99 more to go.
Yes, awesome. Now, can you tell us how people can connect with you, either to get on your group trips, which you do all around the world,
Right.
or the classes that you
Right.
chatted about? How to
Right.
digital nomad.
Gina, yeah. GinaHenry.com. GINA Henry.com.
I just
GinaHenry.com.
put it in the chat, and don't forget to grab Gina's free gift. I'm going to also put it in the chat again. Thank you so much, Gina. It was so nice to have you on. I have one final question, actually. We're running a couple minutes late, Scott. So we'll wrap up soon. Hey, Scott. About the in and out. I had a family emergency issue too, and so I had to come back to the US because my dad passed away.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. What's your recommendation for folks trying to move abroad? And that is something that's weighing them down, is you obviously
You need to have some sort of trip insurance. If you're just on a vacation, I use Travel Guard. I do their annual plan. It's $259 a year. They'll help you get home if you have a family emergency. So I mean, travelguard.com. If you go to GinaHenry.com, and go under Gina Recommends, you'll see the Travel Guard. They do regular 1 week, vacation insurance, but I do their $259 annual travel insurance. And I've had such great success with them. If I've ever had an emergency, or I'm on location and I have a medical issue, or someone loses their baggage, or a trip delay or something, but the evacuation issue is bringing you back home so that you can get to see your family. So I think the most important thing is to know, how can you get back home quickly to see your family? And it's getting so much easier now with technology.
definitely. And the information about English teaching, David, and everybody interested in that, she has that as well on her website. Reach out to her. She can definitely help you with that. Gina, thank you so much. It was so great to chat with you, and I cannot believe you traveled to 100 countries. It's such an inspiration. And
okay, I look forward to finding you in the Miami airport again.
yes, or on the ground somewhere outside of the airport.
Okay, sounds good.
Good
Thank
to have you. Thank you. Hey, Scott, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing so well. So before we jump into our chat, and before I give Scott a proper intro, just wanted to remind everybody, if you have to jump off or you want a replay of these sessions, there is a VIP upgrade available. So I'm going to drop it in the chat right now. You'll get unlimited replays. You'll get live 30-minute exclusive Q&A time with me at the end of each day of the summit. So that is happening as soon as the last session happens today at 1. We'll be jumping into a private Zoom room where all of your questions can get answered. You'll also access to the Abroad in a Year Masterclass, which is this Tuesday on the 11th of June. That's just for VIPs. And then you'll also get 35% off the Move Overseas Now Academy, which is my course and my coaching program to show you how to move to 15 plus different countries across Europe and Latin America. I do have literally specifics in that academy, exact steps on how to apply for visas and how you can save. You will be saving thousands of dollars by going through this course. And then I'll throw in as well 6 months of free complimentary coaching with successful purchase of the Move Overseas Now Academy with that discount. So would love to introduce Scott. So excited to have you here, Scott. This chat today is going to be on mastering your finances abroad. This is a big one. So any of you that are worried about moving abroad and your finances, this is it. So this is the chat. Scott actually has helped me so much. He's actually my financial advisor. So he's actually financial advisor at Ameriprise. And I just can't thank you enough for everything. Like when my dad died, I really wanted to make sure that I had different accounts for different things that were very important for me, for different projects and plans that we have. And Scott does a whole comprehensive planning that's a part of his service as well. And so I actually jumped into that, and I was just shocked at like the level of depth and how organized everything was. Not sure if you guys know, I'm planning on opening a retreat center in the south of Spain to help people through different really hard things that happen in our lives, such as grief and just getting in touch with ourselves, and yoga and meditation. And I have an earmarked account for real estate that Scott is helping me move towards, so that I can buy that property and put in these prefabricated bungalows. I've also got a whole bunch of other accounts that are going to help me with my other plans, which are to buy different apartments in major cities in Spain, so that I can rent those out, Airbnb. So yeah, whatever your goal is, like, Scott is the guy. And Scott, I just wanted to see if you could give your intro on what you do at Ameriprise, and kind of like paint a picture of what you do in the move abroad space too. Also, I've worked with other financial advisors. People were not on board with me moving abroad. Like, they gave me so much headache. Lots of move abroad, like, you can move abroad and have your accounts and everything. Nothing will be impacted when you're abroad. And I found that with Scott and Ameriprise. So anyways, Scott, feel free to introduce yourself. I'm just
Absolutely. Well, thank you for the wonderful introduction. And as Shawna said, you know, I've been working with her, and it's been a great experience. And you know, one of the things that I focus on is goal-based advice. And so we have earmarked different investments for different types of financial goals, including her retreat center in Spain and a number of other things. And so that's been really exciting. But anyway, so my name is Scott Durrett. I am a financial advisor with Ameriprise Financial. For those who don't know, Ameriprise Financial is the largest financial planning firm in the country. Been around over 130 years. Some people are not so aware of the name. That has a lot to do with the fact that up until 2005, Ameriprise was American Express Financial Services. In 2005, the two entities split. We're still affiliated with Amex, but we are our own firm. We are a Fortune 250 firm. I think last time I checked, we're in the 230s, so very large, stable company. We developed the process of financial planning. Of course, the core of what I'm doing is investments, helping grow money, income, retirement accounts, that sort of thing. But we also do a more comprehensive planning side of my relationships. The majority of my clients do financial planning. Some just do investments, which is fine too. And a little bit more about Ameriprise. We have about 10,000 advisors throughout the country, manage about $1.4 trillion in assets. And another thing I like to focus on is the strength and stability of our company. For those of you who remember that nasty economic time during 2008, where we had the housing crisis, a lot of banks and financial firms had their hands out to the government. Hey, bail us out. We've overextended ourselves. We've taken undue risks with our clients' money. Well, Ameriprise was offered money, but decided not to take any money. Any bailout money, and we were actually in the business of acquiring other companies at that time. So I think that speaks to the strength of our firm, even during probably the worst economic time in our lives. So something I'm very proud of. A couple of accolades: Newsweek magazine and Kiplinger's magazine ranked us the #1 financial planning firm in the country, and JD Power and Associates ranked us in the top 2 when it comes to client satisfaction and client trust. So number of things about Ameriprise. If anybody has any other questions offline, I certainly would love to talk more about Ameriprise, how we work, that sort of thing. A little bit about me. I've been in the industry about 10 years. I'm fully licensed with a Series 7 license that enables me to buy and sell securities for my clients, kind of a basic license that all financial advisors have. One of the other licenses that I have is what's called a Series 66 license, which a lot of firms don't require their advisors to have a Series 66 license, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me because I feel like that's probably the more important license. It means that I'm held to a higher standard. I am a fiduciary. I am legally able to offer objective financial advice to do what's in your best interest, not just what's suitable for you, but what's in your best interest. So if that comes down to saving money on fees, lining up your investments with your risk tolerance, with your values. Some people like green-based investing, environmentally safe investing, whatever that, whatever are your values, we can invest that way. And then in addition to the Series 66 license, I do have my life insurance license to offer protection solutions, which is a critical thing, not only to protect your assets, but, of course, if there are issues overseas or what have you, the various living and the death benefit, of course, are applicable for your needs while overseas. So if I can implement as many financial safety nets with my clients, then I'll do that. A little bit more about how I've been working with Shawna's with this wonderful organization and the people. And I see a lot of people on here that I am currently working with. So nice to see you all. One of the things that that I've been working on initially with a lot of clients is when you are looking to move to a particular country, get a visa, get citizenship, whatever. Oftentimes these countries want to see some sort of regular recurring income, a history of income outside of whether it's work or Social Security or a pension or what have you. How can we generate enough recurring regular monthly income so the consulate says, okay, we're comfortable with this person coming to our country because they're bringing value, if you will. It's not somebody coming there just that may not have the financial needs. They want to see that it's somebody that is going to be financially independent once they move to that country. So initially, before some of these moves, I've been working with clients to generate a fixed income type of account to show regular monthly income. Now, I'm sure a lot of you know you have savings accounts that might pay you 0.5%, 1%, pennies a month, if you will. I'm looking to greatly improve that yield to provide regular monthly income and a history of that. Some of my clients will say, okay, my consulate says I need to show them that I've got an extra $1,200 a month of income. So we build a high yield income account with various investments to generate that. And then oftentimes the consulate might say, we need a notarized letter from your financial advisor with a history of income. I can do all that. Anything that you need to submit to that consulate, to that embassy, to be able to get approval for your move into that country, I can help with, and I'm happy to help with. Whatever types of letters, financial documentations are needed, we can certainly do that. Above and beyond that, we all have financial goals if we're going to be moving abroad. In Shawna's situation, it's real estate. With some of us, it might be, okay, I want to move to Spain, but I want to be able to travel around Europe and Asia often. What do those costs look like? What types of assets do I need to grow to be able to support my travel wishes, or buying another vacation home in Italy, or whatever it might be? How can we develop a plan to be able to hit those particular goals? And that's what comes with more comprehensive financial planning. That's something I can delve into each of you one-on-one. But for the purposes of this conversation, this history of income is going to could be one of the first hurdles you're going to have to overcome when you're looking to get citizenship or a visa in a particular country. So that's kind of the initial steps that I use.
And then could I add to like the recurring income for those of you who were on before, these passive income visas, which are also sometimes called retirement visas. you can apply for them even when you're not retired. So, for example, in Portugal, that D7, as long as you can show the 820 euro a month coming from this passive income in these accounts, for example, like what Scott has set up for me, the high yield cash reserve, the life insurance policy, the stock portfolio he has for me, if I can, when I get that to 820, or whoever can get that to 820, you would qualify for that visa. So that's why it's like important to start now, because you might have a nice savings, or you might want to just get that started so that you can qualify for these visas. And Portugal is the easiest one that you can apply for and qualify for. You know, the Italy one as well, the 31,000 euro, you know, per year. Spain is 28,800 euro, but they take savings. So for the Spain one, you might want to get in on a high yield cash reserve. Scott, can you share with them, I forget what it is, what my monthly performance is on that?
Absolutely.
Around, approximately, if you.
So we have, just to give you an idea,
Monthly.
I have an account that I built with Shawna that's a high yield income account, currently yielding, and let me just do a quick calculation. I don't want to go into too specific numbers, but
what I'm trying to say while you're doing that is you could put your money in the high yield cash reserve or some of these other accounts that like Scott has set up for me, and then basically qualify in X amount of months, you know, depending on what your investment is, for example, the Spain non-lucrative, because the non-lucrative visa, which is 28,800 euro per year that they want to see for one applicant, you can show savings. This is the only passive income visa that allows you to show savings at the consulate appointment. I have many students that are in the Move Overseas Now Academy who have been approved for the non-lucrative visa going in on savings. So that's something, that's just like a strategy that you could do. So that's why I'm always saying, like, don't let the finances part hold you back. Let's find a solution. I don't know if you have that yet, Scott.
yeah, so just to give you an idea, and I won't go through values or anything, but right now with Shawna, we've built a fixed income account. So it's conservative, but it's yielding 10.25% right now. So compare that to your bank savings account that probably won't give you 1%. You could go online to Ally or SoFi and get 4.5%, maybe 5% right now. But you also have to remember that those savings rates and those online banks are pretty good right now because rates are where they are. And as we see rates start to get cut, those savings account rates are going to get cut as well. So what I'm trying to do is generate a regular stream of income, monthly income for my clients that can earn roughly 10%. The longer we go with compounded earnings, we can even grow that interest rate even more. But the idea here is to be able to show regular monthly income for those consulates so they feel comfortable with giving you citizenship, a visa, what have you. And that's just one part of how I work with my clients. But when it comes to the purposes of becoming an expat and moving to another country, that's kind of one of the first things that you'll want to do. Now, above and beyond that, of course, we work on things like retirement accounts, whether it's a Roth IRA to generate tax-free income, a traditional IRA to reduce your reportable income when it comes to U.S. taxes. You know, all these types of things, super important. Investments that we'll put together if you want to purchase real estate, that's all part of the planning process where we'll sit down and designate accounts for certain goals, look at timelines, all that good stuff. I can go over that in more detail with you all one-on-one. Another thing that I've been doing with Shawna, as well as a number of other clients that are looking to move abroad, is open what's called a variable universal life insurance policy. And the policy isn't, the focus is not the death benefit, the focus are the living benefits. So we're talking about growing a tax-free cash value inside the policy that eventually exceeds what you've put in. A never-ending death benefit, but that's really not the priority of the account. The death benefit can also be used for any sort of long-term care needs. And depending on the country that you are moving to and what they offer might not be the best service, might have, certain additional payments that you have to make. How do you qualify for the best possible long-term care service, which 70% of us are going to need in retirement? Well, this is another great tool to have, and we can get you insured while you're here. You will still be fully insured no matter where you are in the world, and grow that tax-free cash value as well.
Can I add to that, Scott? So like mine is a little bit different because I'm not going for the digital nomad visas, because I already have my situation sorted. But my goals for why I'm in the life insurance, and maybe you could speak to that too, Scott, is I have these goals for property investment, right? So I want to, with this retreat center, I'm doing prefabricated bungalows that will be like places for people to stay on the land. And obviously that's like the retreat space. Now prefabricated bungalows, I can't take a mortgage out. So I'll need to pay cash for that. And I found pretty good prefabricated bungalows that are $7K US for the materials, and then maybe like $5 to $6K for the labor. So if I'm trying to put like 10 there over time, that's where the life insurance, the living benefits are going to be helping me, because later on when I want to add another bungalow, I'm just going to pull it out of that, the living benefits as the tax-free money that's going to be available to me in a couple years. So anyways, I just wanted to share that and give you kind of like practical of like what we're doing here. And each of us is going to have our own situation, obviously.
Yeah, so that kind of goes back to the goal-based advice, but also having a number of buckets where you can pull money from. So not just the cash reserve, not just an investment account, but it's a tax sheltered vehicle that I like to call the Swiss Army knife of insurance policies, because it's got so many different things it can accomplish at the same time. And most people, especially single folks, people without kids, that sort of thing, always look at me funny when I talk about insurance, and they're like, I'm not concerned about a death benefit. Well, this doesn't have to do with that. That's the last priority when it comes to this type of investment vehicle. And we want to focus on the living benefits, especially for you all looking to move abroad and enjoy life in another country. We want to be able to supplement that financial freedom, if you will, with this type of investment. One other thing I wanted to touch on is compliance, licensing, all this sort of thing. So as a financial advisor who is licensed in the United States, and I'm licensed in just about every state. If there's a person that is in a state I'm not licensed to, I just have my home office get me licensed. So I can work with anybody in the United States. Now, one thing that's very important to note is that while you are making that transition, we need to set up what's called a power of attorney, because my industry is very, very regulated. And so here's how this works. So Shawna, if you don't mind, I'm going to use you as an example.
Oh yeah, no problem.
So Shawna, with the intention of moving to Spain, will need to have a power of attorney here in the United States, because technically, due to our regulations, she cannot call me from Spain and say, Scott, can you buy this stuff? Can you buy this stock? Can you send me this money? Can you do this, that? Because I am not licensed in Spain. So what happens is every client of mine that has the intention of moving has to assign a person that they trust who will be their power of attorney. So in this case with Shawna, it's her mom, who's here in the United States, and I'm licensed in the state where her mom lives. So on a go-forward basis, Shawna can move over to Spain. Shawna can have her full residence over there. As long as she's got her mom as the power of attorney in the United States, who can feed me instructions from Shawna, then everything is compliant. I can continue to work no matter where in the world Shawna decides to move to. And of course, also there can be subsequent POAs. If Shawna's mother also moves internationally, or if, God forbid, she passes, we then assign another power of attorney to be able to compliantly continue to work together. So that's really, really important to remember, is we need to find and have that conversation with someone that you very much trust, that you want to assign this to. And they also have to be okay with me entering into the system, because they technically need to have a client ID on file with Ameriprise as the power of attorney. They don't have to work with me. They don't have to invest. They don't have to do anything with me other than be entered into the system as the power of attorney for Shawna in this case. So that's kind of the only impediment to beginning that relationship. But I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of that. It's very simple process. It's an electronic document that I would send to both Shawna and to her mom. They just electronically sign it. That's it. They're set up as POAs. So very, very critical that is in place. But that's really the only thing that we need to deal with, so I can continue to work with you no matter where in the world that you live.
Awesome. Scott, can we turn to the chat and answer some of these questions? There's some really juicy questions here. Amber is asking, are there policies that work with being 63 and 64? And what happens with over 50? Yeah.
So you can get insured at any time in your life. I mean, there's no issues with that. Of course, as you age, gets more and more expensive. The insurance company, they're a business, just like we all are. They need to make sure that they are not overextending themselves. So as someone gets closer and closer to end of life, the premiums are going to be more expensive. So, and you also have to take into account your health. And that's something that will be evaluated as well when we go to apply for one of these policies. Your health rating, your age, any sort of issues that you might have. You go through underwriting. The insurance company wants to make sure that they're insuring somebody that's not an undue risk, which just makes sense, that part of business. But that's something that we would go through with each of my clients ahead of time, get approved, go through the underwriting process, and then make the decision. We could go through the whole thing, and Shawna's comes back with a health issue that means that the policy is going to be more expensive, or that it's not going to grow as quickly. And then she might say, you know what, I'm going to pass on that. There's no obligation to go through the process, but I like getting people through underwriting so we can see the results, we can see what we can offer, and then make a decision. But one of the most important things I always tell my clients is we need to add a long-term care rider onto your policy, because at some point in your life, in retirement, there is a 70% chance you're going to need some sort of long-term care. And the beauty of these policies is that 100% of your death benefit can be used for long-term care coverage. So since we all have a 70% chance of needing that, that is a critically important component to your financial plan to protect you. Now, I don't pretend to be an expert on long-term care coverage in Spain or Italy or Panama or Portugal. That's something that I would lean on you to do some due diligence on, so we can figure out what is going to be necessary to provide that coverage. But in addition to that, even if we don't have that coverage, we also do have that tax-free cash value that we can pull from to use for whatever we want. If it's, to help pay for care, if it's pull some money out because we want to buy a place over in Italy, or whatever it might be. And all that growth inside the policy is tax-free. So I just want to make it very clear that this vehicle is, the death benefit is the last on the priority list. The living benefits are much more critical. And
thank you so much, Scott. And I saw a lot of people were like, oh my gosh, I want to book a consult. Well, we have a free gift, and that is actually, there's a link right here. I'm putting it in the chat, and it's actually to book a free consult with Scott. So I saw there's like very specific questions that we probably won't be able to get to. But you can have that free consult with Scott and like run through your situation, you know, get estimates for like what performance can look like and things like that. So I've dropped that in the chat. Feel free to book a call. You just fill out the form, and then Scott will be reaching out individually to each of you. Let's see if there's like one other question. We are running 2 or 3 minutes delayed, Richard. So thank you so much. We kind of went over on one of the calls, and it kind of threw off all of the timing by 5 minutes. Let's
So
see if there's any other
what-
questions. Do you offer non-variable products?
Absolutely. Anything and everything that has to do with insurance, disability. Now, disability is something that has been really tough in terms of coverage overseas. So that's probably something that we won't be able to cover. But when it comes to any sort of life insurance, term life insurance, whole life, you know, my recommendation is always the variable universal life, but that doesn't mean that we don't have to explore other options. One of the things also, I'll touch on one more thing. I see a lot of notes here about high yield savings accounts, things that are paying 5.5%. Those are great rates, but I just want to make sure that you're aware that those are not set in stone. As rates go down, those interest rates will go down as well. And when I work with my clients, I start off with things that at the minimum are yielding about 6.5%, very, very conservative positions, all the way up to about 11 or 12%, to some more aggressive high yield positions that will pay you dividends every month. So it's a much faster way to grow a regular income. It is fully liquid, just like your online savings account is. So there's no differences there. I link these accounts directly to your bank. And so I can get money back to your bank account within a couple of days. Or we also have an Ameriprise One account that does come with an ATM card and checks. So you can basically utilize that account anywhere through your ATM card if that's the direction you wanted to go. So.
Thank you so much, Scott. I've dropped again the free consult with Scott link in the chat, so feel free to gobble that up. And yeah, I was so excited to have you again, Scott, on the summit. And I hope you have an awesome rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye. Ciao. Hey, Richard, how are you? Bonsoir.
Yeah, bonsoir. I was going to say good morning, America, but you've probably got just about lunchtime there. So bon appetit.
Yeah, bon appetit over here.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Shawna. It's lovely to be here.
Thanks so much for coming on, everybody. I'm so excited for this chat. So Richard Hammond is here.
That to everybody, right? She says that to everybody.
Well, no, I'm actually very excited for this lineup is very curated. Like, I don't think anybody realizes like how much time I spend to like pick the experts, and like it's a relationship, right? Like, so we've obviously, Richard and I have chatted for like an hour and a half, and partially about life. I mean, and
mostly about that, right?
Yeah, it's just interesting to like bring everybody together, because we all have our insights. And so anyways, Richard is here with us. Richard Hammond is calling from France, and this chat is going to be about moving to France. We're going to chat visas, property, and relocation. Richard is a relocation, property, and business expert and founder of French Connections, HCB, which specializes in helping people move to and settle in France. He has lots of American clients. Richard has his own portfolio of businesses and properties in France. With the support of his team, he has relocation professionals. He's assisted many families in settling in France. And you have a very interesting story. You were born and grew up in France, but you're English. And yeah, your personal experience is invaluable because of your dad's background with the whole car industry and the administrative complexities that France has. I mean, the bureaucracy is just ridiculous. And so he basically has built a strong team of trusted partners around him, including builders, renovation experts, lawyers, quantity surveyors, architects, removal and transportation companies, notaries, communication firms, banks, and the list goes on. Meaning whatever you need in France, he's got the answer. So I hope that kind of like summed up everything
Whoa.
that you're doing in your business.
Yeah, that's quite a list. Thanks for that, Shawna.
Yeah, did I miss
probably
anything?
wouldn't have done I wouldn't have done as well myself, to be fair.
Yeah, that's because I've done this like 5 times. I've had this conference like 5 times, so I've had practice.
Great, thank you.
So tell us more like about your story, you know, living in France. Like, how did you get to live in France, and then obviously starting?
Yeah, well, I got there. I didn't have much decision, right? I was born there, so I guess I wasn't the decision maker there. But yeah, I guess you've done such a great summary of putting that together. It is quite difficult actually to summarize all of the things that we do today, because I do think, you know, that's kind of the kind of connotation that most people have, like masters of lots of trades and masters of none, you know, like so we're really careful on how we present that to people, because sometimes it's a lot in one go. But I think the key thing is having grown up in France with British parents, being the first English speakers in the region really that I grew up in, which is the southwest of France. So for those that don't have a map in front of them, it's kind of really in front of the Pyrenean mountain range, not too far from Spain, not too far from the Atlantic Ocean. And I grew up in a very rural kind of manner, and studied in the city of Toulouse. And I guess I felt like a big fish in a small pond, and I ended up on your side of the pond, quite literally. When I was about 20 years old, I lived in the US, and then I moved back and lived in the UK for quite a long period of time, working actually mainly for US companies, which then eventually brought me back to France. And I say this I think is extremely important in what I do today. It's nothing to do about language. It's more to do about understanding the cultural nuances between the countries, and also the kind of rat race that we live in the English speaking world, you know, where it's always making more money, doing more things, getting more out there. And I think Europe does a very good job of kind of stabilizing and normalizing that. And when you're looking to move abroad, generally speaking, and having lived and lucky enough to speak quite a few of the languages that you might cover with other countries, and I've lived in Spain, in Italy, and worked in Portugal. So, you know, in the Latin countries, I would say France does a very good job of putting things together, making it feel very comfortable for English speakers, because the conveniences are high. Not quite as high as in the US or in the UK, but they're high. Yeah. And I think that's just generally speaking why many people that are permanently relocating choose France. I actually had the idea for this, I don't know, do you want to call it a company or service or what have you, when I was studying. And I realized that whilst I was doing my degree in marketing and sales, I was doing work experiences, and loads of English speakers were coming to me back in the day, when I was working in a used car dealership in the southwest of France. You know, they'd sponsored me for uni, and all these people would say, well, we'll come and buy a car, but can you come help us with this and that, and like getting a mobile phone or helping us with the realtor? Or because back then, you know, Google wasn't where it was. I'm 36 years young, so it's not all of that long ago, guys, but it's, you know, it's still long enough that Facebook and Google weren't really big, and therefore, you know, it's very old school in terms of service search in those kind of relocation areas. And I guess when I grew up, there weren't that many English speakers. There were probably more Dutch than there were English, and certainly very little Americans. So yeah, when I finally moved back to France, and I was lucky enough, actually, thanks to an American company that allowed me to come and work remotely. This was before COVID and before all of the growth of my business. I thought, Christ, that, you know, there's more than ever, there's a need for assistance towards English speakers getting some form of help moving to this region, And then it grew to the whole of the country, because I was like, well, actually, if I can do it here, I can probably do it pretty much anywhere else. And so, yeah, that's what we do today. So really, mainly all of my knowledge is just taking like super big corporate kind of tech and making it work, and very much customer orientated or client orientated. I've always worked in sort of premier brands, and I just thought, okay, there's got to be a solution to this need for information, for assistance. And I think the key thing is being actually French as well, which is kind of weird because, of course, I sound probably very British to you guys today, but I am completely French. And a lot of it was like, we don't have American football, right? So we play rugby, and I played rugby at quite a good level, and therefore I know, Shawna, you were in sports as well. So, you know, but in my region, in my area of France, that was like, you know, that's the way that you kind of prove your valor. And so I was quite well respected through that, and still those connections to this day help me. So I guess that today I'm creating, really, the name of my brand, French Connections, is really the kind of idea that I bring these connections that others just couldn't get. And I don't care how long you've lived in France or how well you know France. I can get things done because I've got these things that are just like links with people that have been, you know, forged in battle, so to speak. Yeah, so that's kind of what we do. But these days, you're right. I mean, it's grown to a stage where we've grown, you know, we've analyzed all of the issues that somebody might have, and
Right.
organically grown. And I've been very disappointed by third parties. So these days, bar some kind of licensing problems, etc., we kind of do everything in-house. And that's really important, because most of the people in my market segment these days subcontract everything. And we do it all in-house, because then I can control it, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. And that's the beautiful part about French Connections. And that's why I wanted to bring Richard on. So can people in the chat drop me in the chat if you're thinking about moving to France, just so we can kind of get a feel for who is considering France? Okay, awesome. Amy, Chris, Loria. Cool. I lived in France for 4 months, and it was amazing. And I agree when you say that everything is very organized. The quality of life is just so great. It's actually very different than Spain. I still love Spain though. Like, I know that you're partial to France. I'm a little bit partial.
No, but I lived in Spain as well. It's like it's just very different, and as the same part is the east and west of Spain are completely different. And I think that's the thing, you know, having spent so much time in America, and most of my clients, and I think you actually said, you know, we deal mainly with Americans. Actually, I think probably 90% of my clients are from the US. The thing is I think I've nailed that kind of difference between the countries. And I think the other thing is, and I, you know, humbly say that, but it's just the size of the US. And we spoke about this, it's just so massive. But Europe is like focused on differences very quickly in the small area of space. So, you know, you go from the Catalan part of Spain, which, you know, and well, obviously no others, but, you know, you go to the Basque country, which is the other side, the Atlantic coast. It's such a different place. It's like a different country. And compared to the US, of course, it's this tiny land, you know, amount of land that separates the two. And I think, of course, France has exactly that same divide, by the way. So, you know, people looking at Paris or Nice, completely different areas to where I grew up, like completely. It's like, it's really so different. And the culture is so different.
Wow. Now I want to jump into what I think very important for people to know about. So people want to know about the visas.
Yes, I know. Christ, let's get in there.
Well, let's get in there. Yeah, because we only have 30 minutes.
So I've only got 30 minutes. Please book a consultation. Feel free to do so. But and check out all our YouTube videos, and we do loads of stuff, building houses, mainly for US clients, and we build them bespoke. And that's all my friends from school that do that, etc. So, but anyway, the main part is we wanted to build a really reliable service. I really found that the scalable side was, of course, the admin, not so much the building renovating, which we then grew later on. But the admin side of things, which starts with the visa for you guys, the first thing that I'd like to say is I'm helping my co-director move to the US, and that's super hard, right? So moving to France is not that hard. It really isn't. It's kind of the French government have 3 main criteria before they allow you to move to France. And they've got a very fair visa system, I think. So you've got a number of selections of elements to do so. But really, I'm trying to simplify this like to the max. We've got 30 minutes, right? So if you've got a plan of just moving there for a little while as a digital nomad, shall we say, although the digital nomad visa doesn't exist, there is actually a long stay visitor visa, which is kind of the jack of all trades. And as long as your company is not involved with France and you're not going to France to develop business, you'll probably be fine on that remote working visa. And that will just be a long stay visitor visa, they call it. And that will be renewable in France. So if you wanted to stay in France for a longer term, that's a 12-month visa, which can be renewed after 10 months. And statuses can be changed very easily. I think that's a major difference that I've noticed between the US. So, you know, US, you've got to kind of choose which type of visa you're going into, etc. If you go to France, you can come in and change your status. For those that are thinking about second home or extended holidays and things like that, 6 months could be fine, because then you could add your 90-day allowance, which you have in the whole of the Schengen zone, to that 6 months. So those are the 2 kind of visas that you might look at. And then if you are looking to launch a business, my question is always, do you want to launch that straight away? Because it might be easier to come in as a tourist and then change your status. But regardless, whatever type of visa you look at, there's going to be 3 criteria. Income, minimum income in France is 1,389 euros a month. And that has to be liquid. And it can be just times 12 in the savings account. I know you were talking about kind of savings accounts, all of this kind of really exciting and invigorating things about planning your death and stuff like that. But generally speaking, it is very important to get your financial aspects ready and done before you leave. Most of my clients come to me before they speak to a financial advisor. You probably should speak to a financial advisor before you come and speak to me. Because getting your finances right as a US citizen before you plan to permanently leave is extremely important. In fact, you probably can't make that decision until you've got that financial advice right. So, Scott, you've got plenty of work to do. But the point being is, before that, if you're not planning to permanently leave, then you just got to make sure that you've got minimum income satisfied, as Scott mentioned, is liquid assets. So it has to be liquid money. And you have to also plan somewhere to live. So that can be potentially a non-permanent rental or place to buy. But it's all going to be down to the actual story of what you're going to plan to do if you want to renew that visa in France. And equally, a private medical insurance policy, which is nothing to do with what you guys would know in the States. And don't go and pay $5,000 for this, by the way, because lots of people try to talk you into that. But, you know, between $500 and $1,000, you can actually get a policy which will match the visa requirements for the application. So again, my message is, it's a very simple process in theory. It is made quite difficult by tech, because it's subcontracted by a company called VFS Global in the US. They're very friendly, very nice, but they're going to work on behalf of the French government, and their tech is maybe not always the best, so it's quite difficult to book. Some of the documents are in French. It's not really an interview, as you would know. It's more just to kind of give them the data. They deal with it. They send it to the French consulate, which is always dealt with in DC. Currently, because of the Olympics, you've got to probably allow for an extra couple of months to usual. I would say that usually you can get through a visa process to go to France within a month and wait for 7 to 14 days to get your passport back. And they are going to take your passport away. But the good news as well is that you've got access with the French visa to all of the Schengen zone, as long as the Schengen zone, for those that don't know, is all the countries that you're kind of looking at outside of France, potentially, as long as they don't become your dominant place of residence. So that's the only rule the French have. So you, as long as of all the visas that exist here in this summit, the French one actually for once, and how long it will last, I'm not sure, is the most flexible. So it'll actually allow you to go to France, but other countries in Europe as well during that period of time, no matter which criteria you go down, the 6 month or the 12-month route.
I have a question quickly, Richard.
Sure.
So you're talking about like it takes about 1 month typically get approved. You're talking about if people went through their home country, United States, for example, through the VFS, through the consulate, or you're talking about on the ground in France with the tourist visa too, and then switching your status. You're talking about
So you've got two choices. So if you leave on the 90-day, 180, by the way, if you want a really simple calculator, we have one on our website. So you can calculate several days of travel, which we've recently created because it's quite confusing. So it's 90 days within 180 in all of the Schengen zone. That's the standard that you get as a US citizen. If you want to accumulate points or days back, you've got to maybe jump out and go to somewhere like the United Kingdom, which is outside of the Schengen zone, or back to the US to accumulate more days. So it's any 90 days out of 180, and it's not a rolling calendar. It goes back each time you step out. But if you were going down on a shorter term visa, you could have your visa plus your 90 days, if that's the question you were asking, Shannon.
What I was asking was like the processing times. You said it takes about a month. They take.
Oh yeah, sorry. The processing time is always in the US.
You're talking about, yeah, if people applied within the US, but you're saying it's actually easier to go in a different route. And I remember that's what our chat was before. Is like going.
So yeah, all visas, though, to be clear to everyone watching, all visas are always applied for in the country where you live or where you hold a passport. So in your case, you could be a US citizen living in Colombia. That would be fine. We could do it from Colombia. But if you were a US citizen living in the US, we do it from your state and your regional office in the US first. That's really important before you go to France, because we can't do it in France for you.
Got it. But once they arrive, let's say they did that like 1 year long stay visa. Once they arrive, and you said they have after 10 months, they can switch it over, right?
Yeah, if they do a request, they can even do it actually before. Not many people mention this because often law firms will want to sell you a more complex visa. And that's one of the things that we've strived for over the years, is to give people fixed prices and guarantees on every single service that we provide. So for us, it's more a package, because we know that you're not just looking for the visa, you want to be if you're permanently relocated, you want to be able to stay there. But yeah, there are more complex types of visas, but often I wouldn't probably recommend applying for those straight away, unless you really have an urgency to go and work the next day on arrival in France for a company based in France, for instance, or if you want to buy a business that's existing and you need to run that business on day one. There are business types visas that are equivalent to L1, L2 type visas that you have in the US. And you probably then need an attorney. And that's what I would always say, is that these services can be done for free. A lot of what we provide, 90% of it can be done for free. For us, people that use our service, it's a mindset. We know that we've got this kind of Amazon-like kind of service. I wanted to make it fixed prices so that people weren't paying, like you would with an attorney, like a retainer, and you never know what's going to cost. But if I can reassure all of the audience today, you can definitely do it yourself. There's 59,000 English speakers from around the globe that arrive in France every year. And we're by far the largest relocation agency, and we probably only service 2,000-3,000 maximum per annum. So a lot of people do this by themselves. It is getting a little bit tougher. And what the French government are looking for, Shawna, is the consistency in the application in the file. So they're really looking into, is this a viable project? And my best advice for anyone wanting to do this themselves, or think about it as a mortgage application. Like you want to show, in this case, the French government, that you're stable and that you've got monthly income, you've got a plan, you've got somewhere to live, and you've got provision for medical cover.
Okay, got it. Now that route though, that's really interesting, that I love that you've recommended, which is the long stay visa for the 1 year, and then having to prove the 1,389 euro a month for 12 months in a savings account. Can that be for both the passive income folks?
Yeah, it's all,
retiring
it can be
and
split between
remotely?
savings and, yeah.
Okay, but people.
And I see there's some questions, would it work if you were in Spain? Well, yes, as long as France becomes your predominant place of residence. So you should spend 183 days a year really in France if you're on a longer term visa. So yeah, you can't just get a French visa and then move to Spain.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. And then could you kind of discuss, Lori's asking a question.
Yeah, for the
have any
insurance. Sorry,
questions?
Gibson, it's a year, not by the way. For the insurance, the private insurance policies are yearly rather than monthly in France.
Okay. Lori is also asking regarding the retirement visa in France. Can you kind of discuss that a little bit more, and how taxes on pensions?
Yeah, so basically they've simplified the systems to incorporate in one type of visa, which is the renewable. So I think we've kind of jumped into loads of stuff, and I'm sorry, but we can obviously go into more detail individually, but there are only two types of renewable visa. So if you're planning to permanently relocate to France, it's either a 12-month visa or a 4-year talent passport visa type. Most of you guys watching today would fit in with the first type, which is a 12-month long stay. And they call that confusedly long stay visitor visa, but actually now they've regrouped that to be retiree, remote working, meeting a family member. All of these kind of things are basically under that same type and have that same criteria. So all of them apply with this, like medical care, proof of income, proof of address in France. So those encompass for all of you guys the same kind of benefits, and they're all renewable types. But if you went as a retiree and then decided to open a yoga retreat, you can change your status. It is completely possible.
Okay, awesome. Can you also touch on like what the taxes look like once you move to France, specifically for Americans? And are there any like wealth hacks that you share with your clients?
The first thing to say is that, look, I'm not a financial advisor or an attorney at law, but I employ both full time pretty much. So we kind of have built the tech to be able to cope with the load of work that we receive and then dispatch it within my team that are, as I said, homegrown kind of people. But from a tax point of view, the main thing to consider is there's a dual taxation regime, a treaty that was agreed between France and the US many, many years ago. And so you're never going to be dual taxed than on some investment funds that you might not be taxed in the US, but are taxable in France. France doesn't have a wealth tax, so per se. So for what Scott was talking about before me, is that the good news is if you're liquid in any shape or form, you're not going to be taxed in France. But France does have what they call a wealth tax based on real estate, which is called IFI. So for those lucky enough to have millions of dollars worth of property across the world, then you might think twice before purchasing in France, but renting would be fine. So there are things to consider, but it's actually a pretty friendly treaty. I think France owes $73 trillion still from Second World War to the US. So we're pretty friendly towards you guys. Like we're pretty understanding towards the fact that we want you to come, but there needs to be a plan. And I think that the main thing is there's very seldom I see refusals. We've got 100% success rate. Essentially, we guarantee your success rate through the visa application. Otherwise, we wouldn't send you. But if you're a client of ours. But I would say that what they have I've seen over the last few weeks that they're really getting a lot stricter on your overall plan. So it's not just like, I've got $1 million in my bank account and I'm moving to France. It's like, okay, what are you going to do there? Have you got somewhere to live? Have you got the right medical policy, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, I wanted to talk about your free gift. I've
Yes.
dropped a couple times. You're graciously giving to any summit, anybody that's here on the summit, 50% off of a 30-minute consult regarding moving to France, where you guys can talk about any of these areas.
Sure.
Yeah.
And specific things that we haven't spoken about, which are purchasing property or renting, which we've got solutions for as well. And I think that's really important because a lot of your viewers today might not want to buy straight away, and renting is a big topic and it's difficult to get hold of rentals, and there are a lot of people taking advantage of that kind of situation. So yeah, and rental being part of the visa application kind of somehow a way around, Shawna.
Okay, awesome. I know you said that you have a big bunch of properties and rentals available for
Yes.
people to even
For our clients, yes,
virtual-
we've that's the only solution we have.
yeah,
to be
virtual
fair.
tours. You have people booking their rentals before even coming to France, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Well, we had the case. Look, I'll give you an example. This is good for drama, right? We had a couple that are from California that have sold everything up and moving to France. We ran out of rentals. We trusted a French couple that we know to do up a property. On the Wednesday before they were arriving on Saturday, we realized that it was just not to the standard that we wanted. We had to spend a week. I had to put emergency, all of my builders in there to bring the property up to scratch for them. And that was another lesson learned for us. Like, we just can't do things subcontracted somehow. And I think that's my first bit of advice. You know, the level of service is not the same in France as you will expect in the US or any other English speaking part of the world. And so, and I can say this because I'm French, right, as well as being British, but you just got to be super careful before you start committing with people and things. And, you know, you probably need some advice around that.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And what's your final secret for those that are looking to make their move abroad in the next 12 months?
Just do it. But I would say do it, but also maybe rent first, because so many people make the mistake of looking at property and be like perverted by the low cost of stuff. So renting is key, and rent off season when the rosé isn't flowing and the sun isn't shining. And, you know, like, it's kind of, make sure that you like it when it's not as busy maybe, and there's, you know, fun and enjoyable as in the summer times, because of course that's one thing. And yeah, get your financial planning right beforehand, before even talking about visas and things like that, because it's going to be, if you're permanently moving, it's a big commitment to just step out completely of the US.
Awesome. Well, it was so great to have you. I've dropped the free the gift in the chat. So this is 50% off of a consult with Richard, and it was so great to chat with you. Bonsoir. And
yeah, bonsoir.
Bye. Good to see you.
Good stuff. Good luck with everything, and thank you all for tuning in.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. And hey, Mijail, how are you? Oops, I accidentally muted you there. Hi, Mijail.
Hello.
How are you today?
Good morning, good evening.
Buenas tardes.
The world. Buenas tardes.
Mijail is calling us from Spain. This chat will actually be about Spain, as Mijail is a lawyer and tax advisor based out of Barcelona. So he helps expats move and relocate to Spain, and he's my preferred partner for those looking to move to Spain. And he even does virtual consults. So I'm so excited for our interview. This is going to be the last, before we jump into the interview, this is going to be the last chat for today, but you can stay. If you guys haven't upgraded to VIP, you can do that. I will drop the link in. You'll get access to unlimited replays throughout the summit, and you'll also be able to jump into the VIP session with myself at the end of today and tomorrow. And then you'll get invited to my Abroad in a Year masterclass, plus a discount on my Move Overseas Now Academy, which helps you move abroad to 15 different countries, plus 6-month free coaching if you do purchase the Move Overseas Now Academy. So let's jump into this Spain chat. Mijail, can you intro to yourself a little bit more and your company, your story? How did you get moving to Spain? And then we can jump into the juicy visa and tax questions that people have.
Okay, of course. Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me and considering me as a speaker today. And well, I'm a lawyer since 2009, but I'm living in Spain since 1999. Originally, I'm from Ukraine, but well, I'm a Spanish citizen, Spanish lawyer. And actually, I was helping people to move into Spain since I was 13. I mean, since I was a child.
Wow.
So yeah, I have a little bit more experience that my age could give me. But let's see. I always want to start my my speech with one question to you, to clients who want to move to Spain, and is why would someone living in the greatest country in the world will consider moving to Spain?
Yeah. It's a good question. It's a good question, right? The
It's
greatest
a joke.
country in the world.
Obviously, it's a joke, but I always ask it to my clients because my work is not to convince you to move to Spain. My job consists in informing you about your possibilities to move to Spain, your possibilities to get your residency, to get your visa, and so on, and the taxes you're going to pay. But I'm not trying to sell you Spain. So sometimes, always, it's necessary to consider the goal of the client firstly. And in few minutes, probably I will tell you the reason of this question. So, however, if someone is considering to move to Spain, Spain certainly is one of the best options from the immigration point of view, because we have a lot of immigration programs here. And I would like to explain you a general overview and some key information that will help to evaluate your possibilities and options for relocating here to Spain. You probably at the end you will send a link with my questions. It's gonna be my free gift, no? But
Yeah.
you can explain it later.
Yeah.
Let's see. In Spain, we have 3 groups of laws, immigration laws, that you should be considering. The old ones, the new ones, which are 10 years old, but well, they are the most recent we have, and the regulations of the family members of EU citizens, which let's not consider this one because it's a very specific situation. Let's move with the first 2. So the old one specifically is a law from 2000, and it regulates type of residency for foreigners by viewing them as a problem. So in 2000s, for Spain, foreigner people who wanted to move to Spain was a problem. And they tried to solve this problem, making some kind of residences to all of them to live here and sometimes to work here. And now the new regulation, we see foreigners as an opportunity for Spain. So this making things easier for everybody to move into Spain. So the old laws are more bureaucratic, less flexible. Obtaining the residency permit is much more complex, and with the new regulation, it's allow us to do it much faster, more efficiently, and which is more important from here, from Spain. It's not necessary to start the process from the Spanish consulate in USA, with one exception. And this exception probably is the non-lucrative residency. non-lucrative residency allows people to live in Spain, but not to work. So you need to prove that you have enough income in order to live here without working. We are speaking about 30,000 euros per year that we need to prove, about 50,000 euros per year if it's a family of 3 members family. So we just need to prove that you have that income, that money. It's not necessary to invest it. It's not necessary to spend it here. And since few years, they committed some mistakes. So it's not necessary to live in Spain to renew this permit. So you cannot living in Spain renew this permit. They give you 1 year permit, residency permit. You can, without living at least 1 day, you live 1 day in Spain, then you can renew it for 2 years more, then for 2 years more, and once again 2 years more. So you can live at least 7 years without actually living in Spain. So you can choose to not become a tax resident here. So you could spend less than 183 days in Spain, not become a tax resident, but become a resident to get a residency permit and renew it.
Can I ask a question about that, Mijail?
Of course.
Because at the end of the 5 years, when they can become a regular permanent resident, wouldn't that make it hard? Because they will, wouldn't they want
That's
to
a good
see
question, of course.
at the end of year
You will
5,
not
they wanna-
become a long-term resident, of course.
Yeah.
But you're gonna renew your residency permit for 2 years more. I mean, for become a long-term resident, it's necessary you to be living here for 5 years, and at least you can spend abroad less than 10 months in the full period of 5 years.
Okay. Yes.
So we are speaking about 2 months per year. You can move abroad, but you should be 10 months each year living in Spain in order to obtain a 5 years long-term residency. Of course, but I mean, this kind of residency, non-lucrative, it's like a golden visa, but golden visa means that you need to invest some money here in Spain, around 500,000 at least. And we're gonna speak about it because they're gonna cancel it. They're gonna stop this program right now. But it's a good option. But I mean, let's turn back to my first question. Do you want to live in Spain? Do you want to spend most part of the year in Spain? If it's that so, this possibility to not living here, it's not a good option for you, because as a tourist, United States citizens can travel to Spain and spend here 90 days. My colleague just told the same. No, it's 90 days per 100 in 6 months. So you can actually live here at least 6 months per year without any kind of residency permit. If you don't want to spend here 183 days, you don't need a residency permit, basically. So it's not a good option to try Spain as a country that you want to move in and you just want to see if it fits to you. But probably student card, it's a good option.
Yeah,
It's
student visa. Student visa.
Student visa, yeah. Well, you call it student visa, but it's actually a plastic card. It's not a visa. It's like a residency permit, but it's a student card. So probably is the best option for those people who is considering to move to Spain, but they are not ready yet to move fully. They want to just to try without spending a lot of money and spending a lot of time to get residency permit. So with few documents, we are speaking about non-criminal record certificate, bank account with 8,000 euros, and a medical insurance, which is about 1,000 euros per year also. We get our student visa, and you can travel to Spain and get a student card directly here from Spain. So you travel to Spain, start some kind of education, could be Spanish courses, Spanish language, and spending around 8,000 per year, including my fees, including medical insurance and language courses. You can try Spain if it fits to you. You can, because it's not the same travel here and spend here some months as a tourist or live here. So if you want to consider Spain from inside, probably student card is the best way.
Yeah, that's what I also tell people is like, hey, that's what I did, by the way, Mijail, is it's a good way for people that, you know, you don't know if you really want to live there permanently, you're still checking it out. It may be financial requirements, you know, maybe you don't meet those financial requirements for the non-lucrative visa, which we just talked about, or the digital nomad visa. Question, when they have the student visa, they can switch it, right? They can switch it to autonomo, they can switch it to work, they can switch it to non-lucrative in the country.
It's possible, yes.
Tell us
Meanwhile,
about switching. Can you kind of walk us through the switching?
Yeah. Yes. So during this first year, if you find a job as a high qualified professional, you can switch directly without waiting this year. So in few months you could switch. Or if you want to wait and to study to learn Spanish, you can finalize this course and then switch to another type of residency, because the main question here, are you regular? Are you legal here in Spain? If you are, you can switch from one kind of residency to another without any problem. So yeah, it wasn't possible a few years ago, but now in 1 year you can switch to any other residency card, except the non-lucrative, because when we are speaking about the non-lucrative residency, we are speaking about old law, which means that you need to come back to the United States, you need to go to the consulate, get your visa, then with this visa you can come back to Spain and get your first residency permit. It's the exception of these possibilities. But with the new regulation, nomad visa, high qualified investors, startup residency, you can switch it without any problem. Even if you start a business process here, we could waiting a little bit because it takes around 4 months, but we could switch a student card to a self-employed residency permit.
Okay.
And
question
yes.
about, we're getting some questions in the chat. For the student visa, any minimum hours or number of courses to qualify for the student visa? My class was like 3 or 4 hours a day when I did my master's in Gracia in Barcelona.
Yeah.
I went to INSA. I don't know if you know it, Mijail. It's on Carrer Torrent de la Hoya. Do you know?
Well, there are a lot of INSA.
INSA, it's like a business, it's a business, small private business school.
Yeah,
They have courses that are 5,000 per year and they get you the visa. What's the minimum hours somebody's asking?
20 hours. 20 hours.
Okay, cool.
And you should consider also that if you don't do that, I mean, in few months you consider that it's not necessary for you, they don't cancel your student visa at the moment you stop doing courses, stop teaching, stop learning Spanish or any other course. So if you don't do that, you can spend this 1 year here in Spain and nobody will say you anything. The only problem there will be that you cannot renew this residency permit, this student card.
Right, because they want to see that you completed the course.
Exactly.
So basically, you do need to go to class, but it's not.
If you want to renew it.
Right, if you want to renew. Now, we just talked about the non-lucrative visa. I know some of you maybe just be jumping in or are asking the question. That retirement visa is the non-lucrative one. A lot of retirement go in on it. And he mentioned already 30,000, approximately 30,000 euro per year. That's for the first applicant. And he said for family of 3, it would be 50,000 euro per year. Now, how hard is it? I know you talked about switching, how people can come in maybe on non-lucrative, or they come in on student visa and they switch to a work permit. How hard is it to get work? Are they hiring Americans that are specialized? And is that the only way to get hired is if you're specialized?
Normally, when we are speaking about jobs here, it's quite difficult to find a job because we have a lot of Spanish who cannot find a job here. So when we're speaking about job offer, normally we are speaking about high qualified professionals. And in this case, it's very easy to switch because it takes 20 days only.
Wow.
But you always can switch to a digital nomad residency card, residency permit, which is also a good option. Probably now, today, it's the best option we have in Spain. Because if you are working in remote, probably the best option is this one. There are two ways to get it here. Working as a self-employed or as an employee. And the first option is easier because you don't need so much documents. Probably you don't need, well, you need to prove that you have a client, which is a company, and this company exists for more than 1 year, and you're working with them for more than 3 months, and that your job is related to your career, to your qualification, or you have more than 3 years. You was working in this job for more than 3 years. That's all. I mean, with that and criminal record certificate, in 20 days, you can get a residency permit as a digital nomad. But it's much more interesting, the second option, when you are working as employee, because in the first case, you will become a tax resident here, a normal tax resident, and you will pay taxes as any other Spanish tax resident. But if you're working for a foreign company with a contract, and your firm allows you to work from Spain, you can apply for the same residency permit, but with application of a Beckham law. It's a special tax program, special tax benefits that allows you to pay only 24% fixed rate for foreigners who work here in Spain. So you only pay 24% here from your income, and they don't consider any other assets, any other income you have around the world, because here in Spain we do have a wealth tax, and it's a worldwide wealth tax. So we're gonna consider everything you have around the world. And if it's more than 7,100 euros, you're gonna pay taxes here.
Okay.
So
can we jump into that like tax realm? I mean, first, let's, I guess, finish the digital nomad visa. With American companies, though, I know that they're very strict and they're not really authorizing the Americans to live and work abroad because of tax implications and the whole Social Security.
Social Security, probably, because tax it's not so important, but Social Security, if it's an employee, American company should be paying this Social Security here in Spain, and it's not so interesting for American companies.
Right.
But if you are self-employed, it's quite easy because it doesn't matter. I mean, what's the matter if
So
you
this
work?
is the thing that I was trying to stress to a lot of people that want to move to Spain is the employee route is not like really the recommended route, because I know so many people. That company has to pay Social Security into Spain, and they will not want to do that. So unless you're in a very unique situation, we're not seeing this happening. So the recommended route, like Mijail is saying, is to go 1099 or to have an S corp for your business. Can they apply for the digital nomad visa with an LLC, Mijail, or it's recommended to have S corp? Because their name LLC in the US is like a limited liability company, which means you have your name is as owner. When you have S corp, you can put somebody else's name as the owner. And from my updates I've been getting, I've been hearing that with the application for the digital nomad visa, they don't want you to show that your name is the owner of the company. And so that's why the 1099 route or being a freelance is better for successful resolutions versus having limited liability company with your name on it. Can you kind of touch on that?
Normally, when we are speaking about digital nomads, Spain considers as a digital nomad somebody who is working as a self-employed. So we don't want to see any other legal structure, companies, and so on. They want you to see as a self-employed, not a company. They're not considering a company here. So if we are speaking about the applicant, if we are speaking about the client, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It should be just B2B. You as a self-employed offering services to American or another company in another part of the world, not in Spain. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much. And then can we dive into some of like the tax implications? So Americans, we want to move to Spain. What is it going to look like for us? You know, we're coming in on the non-lucrative, or we're coming in on digital nomad visa. Like, what can we be expected to pay in taxes?
Well, let's see. There are differences between a tax resident and residency permit. But obviously, if you want to live here a long period of time, you're going to spend more than 183 days per year. So since 1 of January until 31 of December, if you spend more than 183 days, you will become, automatically, you will become a tax resident here. So you're going to pay between 19 and 47% income tax, depending on the income you have. And
Okay.
also we have a wealth tax, which begins in 700,000. So the first 700,000, it's not taxable, but then you're going to pay 0.2% of the amount, the first step, and you could arrive till 2.7% of the assets of the property you have.
Okay. Okay.
And wealth tax here includes your money in a bank account, your companies, and your property, your real estate.
Okay. Yeah,
But
I think
also we have dividends, and it's a little bit more interesting here because if you obtain dividends, you're just gonna pay between 19 and 26%.
okay.
So there are ways to make it a little bit better than 47% income tax.
Interesting. I love this that you specialize in taxes, because this is a big thing that scares a lot of Americans from wanting to move to Spain and Europe. I still agree that, like, I mean, work with a tax expert, they can help. And also the benefits far outweigh the negatives for Spain. I mean, the life is so good. Yes, you're going to have to pay more taxes, and that's all across Europe, but it's just the lifestyle is so much better. I have a question, Mijail, from Eric. He said, if we paid property tax in California for our property that is worth more than $1 million US, should we also need to pay wealth tax in Spain? I think you just answered that. It's yes.
Yes, because property tax, it's not the same. You're gonna pay your property tax. Well, I do not know how it works in US, but probably you're paying your property tax each year.
Yeah.
Here in Spain, but it's not the same. You paying your property tax here in Spain each year to the city hall, but also we have a wealth tax, which means that we take all your assets around the world, even in Spain, United States, doesn't matter where it is, and we make numbers, and let's see if we have more than 700,000 per person. So if we are speaking about a family, we're speaking about 1.4 million. You're going to pay taxes here, yeah, but we are speaking about 0.2% of the amount. So, for example, if we have 1.5 million, we're just going to pay 200 euros. I mean, it's not so much. Depends on the assets you have around the world.
Okay, thank you so much. I have another question from Tessa. Oh, by the way, we're dropping the free gift. Mijail is graciously, if you complete the form, Mijail will set up a complimentary eligibility session with you to see if you qualify for visas in Spain and recommend which route for you to go. So in order to grab this free eligibility audit, you will fill out this form here, and then he'll get in touch with you with the questions to gather information about your case. And then he'll be reaching out to you with the response of if you qualify, if you don't, and some recommendations. So that's that. Thank you so much.
And the program you should choose, yeah.
Yeah, which program you should choose for Spain. Okay, wait, I had another question here. Where did it go? Oh, Tessa is asking, is there a limit to how many days you can spend outside of Spain on the digital nomad visa?
Yeah, you should spend here more than a half year each year. So 183 days per year.
And that's for digital nomad. I heard you say non-lucrative was different. If you want to go for
we have two exceptions here.
Yeah.
Any kind of residence in Spain means that you're gonna live here for more than 183 days, except a non-lucrative, because they made a mistake and they put a wrong text in the law. So the court just canceled this part of the text. So you don't need to live here with a non-lucrative residency. Basically, it's that. So if you want to renew it, you can renew it. You cannot live here, but it not make any sense, because as a US citizen, you can travel here and spend here 90 days in 6 months. So depends on your plans, but I don't think it's a good option. Also, we have another exception of this rule. It's golden visa. Golden visa means that you invested $500,000 in a property, and this program for real estate investors is closing now this year. So the only option to become investor and get golden visa since 2025 gonna be investing 1 million in Spanish companies. And this kind of residency means that you can spend less than 183 days. You can spend at least 1 day, and in this 1 day, they're gonna renew your 3 years residency permit for 5 years more. But you never gonna get the long-term residency permit, and you never will. You won't obtain a Spanish citizenship, because in 10 years, if you live here, you can get a Spanish citizenship. But if you don't, obviously.
So the recommendation is, if you all are trying to have permanent residency, make sure you're following the residency guidelines, making sure you're staying in the country for the amount of time that you need to be there, so that when you come to that renewal process of getting the permanent residency or later applying for citizenship, you can. Question, because I know this is very important for Americans. I know people who have dual citizenship with Spain and United States. I know the law says that you're not supposed to. I know people who have both passports. Can you tell me?
Let's see. It's not a dual citizenship. Dual citizenship means that two countries agreed that it's possible. In this case, it's not possible, but you have two citizenships. You can do that. It's legal. You actually can have a US passport and a Spanish passport. And it's not any problem, because for US, you're going to be a US citizen, and for Spain, you're going to be a Spanish citizen. And around the world, you're going to be the citizen of the country which passport you're going to show.
Okay, thank you. Because I know everywhere online, it says that you cannot have dual citizenship with Spain.
Dual citizen,
You're
it's not possible, but you can you can have two citizenships without without telling that it's a dual one. Yep, that's all.
So you're basically saying there's a workaround. There's a workaround for this situation. And that's what I want to also share with folks. Like, don't discount Spain just because online you're seeing that. There's a workaround. So thank you so much, Mijail, for your time. Do you help people with cases for citizenship by descent for the Ley de Nietos?
No, because it's too hard. We have specialized officers here who working with that, but it's very specific cases, and we do not work with that now.
Okay, I have a citizenship by descent expert coming on tomorrow for you, Monica, who asked that. Let's see, did you see any other questions? Mijail, Tessa was just confirming. So with the digital nomad visa, you have to be in Spain between 6 to 12 months per year to get permanent residency, eventual permanent residency. And with non-lucrative visa, you can only be outside of Spain 2 months per year for permanent residency, correct?
No, it's not correct.
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna explain myself. To get a long-term residency, you cannot leave Spain for more than 10 months in 5 years. Doesn't matter which kind of residency you already have now. If you want to apply in 5 years, if you want to apply for a long-term residency, you cannot spend more than 10 months in these 5 years outside of Spain. That's
Okay.
all.
And that's also for the digital nomad visa,
Also
correct?
for a digital nomad, and
Got it.
also for investors and any other kind of residency except students, which is not a residency permit. It's a student visa, so it's work different.
Okay, awesome. And then the switching part, this is what I love about it. Definitely, if you guys are looking to switch, contact Mijail too when you're in country with the switching. Also for the visa, the permit appointments, you have to go to the national police. It's very complicated. You have to know Spanish. You're not going to understand what's going on. And this is in a lot of the administrative areas in Europe. Mijail also has a service where they can go with you there or give you the exact guide of everything to bring to that appointment, those appointments. The last question I have for you, Mijail, switching to autónomo. Do you help people switch from student visa to autónomo, NALCAP to autónomo, or non-lucrative visa to autónomo? Autónomo, guys, is you starting your own freelance business in Spain. Do you help people with that too?
Yeah, we do in Catalonia.
In Catalonia. What's that process like? Is it complicated?
It's not so much, because we just need to show them, to the government, that you're gonna start your own business, and this business gonna work, and you can live with that money you will get from there. That's all. So we need a business plan. They will check it, and if it's clear, they in 4 up to 6 months they're gonna answer you, and they're gonna give you the possibility to switch into a freelance. But I always recommend students, if you are planning to switch from student to a freelance residency permit, to start the process during this first year of student card.
Okay.
So do not wait until the end of the student card to switch. Start it now, so you will get a residency permit with a work permit as a student, and you can work for 30 hours per week, and then it's easier to switch into a residency permit for self-employed.
Okay. Very interesting. Thank you so much. And then the interesting part though about this is you technically aren't allowed to work, right? On your own projects on non-lucrative visa and student visa. So how are people switching? Like the government doesn't care that somebody was doing a side project
No,
making
because let's
online
see.
income?
Yeah. The business plan means that you're gonna start the business, not you are already started it. So
Okay.
I'm promising the government that I'm gonna start my business since they give me this possibility. So it's not so hard. I mean, we just need to show them that you have enough knowledge to start your own business.
Okay. I get it. That's really cool. I love this option. I know people on NALCAP, they're going to be joining us tomorrow. They're switching to Autonomo. They became famous on Instagram. I'm sure you've heard of them, Mijail, Smiths in Spain. And they're switching to Autonomo now because now they're starting a business, which is true. They are. And they had to do the business plan. Thank you so much for being here with us. You've provided
you.
so much insights. And if people want to get in contact with you, again, you have a free eligibility audit from Mijail. I'm putting it here. He will check to see if you qualify based on your situation. And so nice to have you. Thank you, Mijail.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Yes, buenas tardes, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Ciao. Hasta luego. Awesome. Well, guys, give a round of applause for yourselves for being on the summit for day one. It was so much fun. Don't forget to fill out the raffle. At the end of the day tomorrow, I will be pulling 3 lucky winners. If you have signed up for VIP, you should have gotten a message. We're going to be jumping into a private Zoom room right now. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes to refill my water, and then I will be right in there. For those of you who haven't signed up for VIP and you want the replays for all of this, because there's a lot of information, go ahead and do that. There's unlimited replays. It's only $47. You get 30-minute exclusive Q&A time with me. We're about to jump into that session right now, and then the end of the day tomorrow. And then you get to access the Abroad in a Year Masterclass on this Tuesday, which is the 11th. You'll get 35% off the Move Overseas Now Academy, which is a program I'm taking people through to save thousands of dollars. So they don't have to pay for a whole bunch of different services. You do everything yourself. We get you into these different countries like Spain, Portugal, Italy, France, Panama, Costa Rica, Colombia, Netherlands, Panama, Colombia. I don't know if I probably repeated 2 countries there. And then you'll also get free 6-month coaching with successful purchase of the Move Overseas Now Academy. And I also have, before I go, I do have a free gift that I gave during my interview. I don't know if you guys caught it, but you can right now. Enrollment is open for the Move Overseas Now Academy. I basically go over everything with moving abroad for these 15 plus countries. Let me share my screen to show you. So enrollment's going to be open only until for 48 hours. Now it's a little bit less. It's going to be open until Monday at 11 a.m. Pacific with that 35% off. I'm sharing my screen now, showing you the actual academy. You get lifetime access to the academy when you sign up. So literally when you sign up right now, you would get access to jump in right now. There's a getting started module, which kind of just shows you how to work through the course. Then it has a what this actually takes. So this is setting you up for success, showing you different tools that might help you, and also getting your mindset right so you know how to properly plan your move abroad. Then there's vision, like what do you really want from life? What type of life do you want to live? This is not choosing your country yet. We have to do all this first. Then there's visa and citizenship strategies. Now this is the stacked course area. This is where all of the country specific visas are held. As you saw, that was just the Costa Rica retirement visa. I have all the visas in here. It's the passive income ones, the retirement ones. I show you how to get all of your FBI background checks and apostilles, how to get that social security letter, as well as the 4 top visas for Mexico. I have 5 videos for Colombia. I have, how many videos do I have here for Italy? What is that, 7 or 8? These are all the main visas for Italy, Costa Rica, Panama here, Spain, Portugal, France, the Netherlands. The DAFT visa is probably the easiest route into Europe if you are American. You actually go in on a tourist visa and you start a business there. It's my favorite one in this entire course. So you not only get access to that, there are 7 other modules in here. So there's planning. So after you've figured out your visa situation and your finances, which we do here, you're going to plan your move and choose the destination based on all the above. And I have a whole series of videos of how you can properly choose your destination. Then there's the planning, applying, relocation, logistics, pets, prep, and healthcare. So this is when we're actually applying for these visas. You are going to apply in the consulate. That's what you have to do anywhere, anyways, regardless of who you hire, you have to apply for these visas in your consulate. I show you exactly how to do that because you would have learned that in the country-specific visas. Then there's financial planning. We talk taxes, we talk how to properly get your finances for any other goals you have. Real estate and rental trainings. I have departure, walling country, and integrating. And then let's see what these final 2 are. I have a remote work section, as well as a business training, as well as how you can teach English and make money abroad. And then travel hacking and deals. So that is all yours with this link that I'm going to drop in. I think I just sent it now right here. It's going to be only available till Monday at 11 a.m. And it was so great to have you guys. Definitely jump into the VIP and get access to the replays. There's way too much information here. So excited to see all the VIPs right now. Awesome, guys. Well, you're welcome, everybody. I'm seeing loads of love in these in the chats. See you tomorrow. Okay, awesome, guys. Yes, and Jill, when you're a Tanzania advisor, let's link up. Okay, awesome. See you all in the VIP session right now. Bye-bye.